小僧、もっと近くへ来い。 小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段、
螺旋丸影分身の術、
カトン豪華球の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
豪華級の術。螺旋
螺旋丸。これでどうだ。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
影分身の術。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
多重影分身の術。
飛来神の術。しなり。
螺旋丸。
カトン豪華級の術。
螺旋丸。螺旋丸。これでどうだ。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
影分身の術。
カトン豪華級の術ドトン導流壁
多重影分身の術
飛来神の術
しらり
螺旋丸
Welcome back into another exciting weekend as we bring you the 2026 PMCL Fall. Today I'm joined by Choo Choo. It's always lovely to have you here. And my name's Contra. This is going to be an exciting time and we can't wait to get to see who's going to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, I can see how much excitement you actually have, Contra. Well, you're gonna change your name to John Contra, I think. But yeah, it's fine. I'm sorry, I gotta give you that. But yeah, I'm super stoked when it comes to comparing week 1 performance and week 2 performance. I do see a very extreme change of dynamic when it comes to the reshuffle team when it comes to week number 2 compared to week number 1. So we talked about the we talked about plenty before we start the show behind the scene just now, and it's quite unusual to see certain teams, especially Changshu Dragon or Sisu, make it up to the top 3 for week number 2. If you compare with their week 1 performance, it's such a contrast of where they stand here right now.
Yeah, I really do think that they've made a lot of adjustments in order to find this level of consistency, and it's definitely something exciting to witness because this has been their debut season and they are doing so well. Once again, if you guys are joining us for the first time, this is our tournament format where we're playing 2 weeks of league stage and we're already at our final week, and by the end of this week we'll find out who makes it to the finals. It'll be a 3-day affair where we play 6 matches per day, and of course, for those that have been wondering how the point system goes, it was on the right side of the map, but of course there's plenty of prizes to give away to our dear teams that are competing through the circuit.
Yeah, not just regarding the seeding to the PMGO, the PUBG Mobile Global Open slots for Southeast Asia's stage. These guys, they do have a different incentive and motive as well. That's going to be the total prize of $30,000 divided into the league stage and also the grand finals, which will double the amount. But in case you guys just joined us here today, we are actually already halfway through week number 2 on Saturday, and with just 2 more days to go, including today, to know who's actually secured himself in the grand finals.
That's right, and I think that we definitely have a rough idea of maybe the first couple of teams that will be heading to the finals, because Yangon Galacticos and also NGGZ, they've been doing really well throughout the week. They should be good to go. Well, of course, this are our teams that will be playing for the entirety of the tournament. But sadly, by the end of this week, 4 teams will not make it into the grand final. So they really got to work hard every single map in order to put their names up on that list. For today, we'll see one of the teams to be taking a little bit of a break, and therefore we'll be only having 16 teams on board, and that will be Group C that will not be here for the evening.
Now, I do know when it comes to Group D, this will... was it Group D? No, Group B. We're going in reverse today compared to week number 1. Now, Group B do have their last shot when it comes to week number 2 here today. They will not be playing at all for the rest of the week for tomorrow. So today will be their closure of week number 2. That's going to be super important because for YG, CSU, ABC, and SNK, this is going to be their last push. Whether they can make it to the grand finals or not, I wouldn't worry too much when it comes to YG, because right now they are very consistent across the entirety of the league stage. Week number 1, they got themselves number 2nd, and number 2, sort of like that. On the top 3, Hive as well seems to be very consistent. Sisu, on the other hand, coming up from a different position last week, I wouldn't worry for their position as well when it comes to getting into the grand finals. Eyes locked onto the bottom 4 right now. This is quite awkward for me to see actually OV and Hybrid, who used to be in the top 8 teams last week, now being pushed this far down.
Yeah, I do have my concerns for these 2 teams because they are not exactly in the clear if they will end up being below that 16 spot. But this is where they get to farm points as they move into Rondo. We've seen some really incredible stuff coming in from teams every other day, and we've seen, no repeat winners so far throughout the course of the week. So we'll have to find out who exactly will be able to really get their leapfrog run heading into this very first map. And then when it comes down to Wrangle, yesterday we haven't seen a repeat winner until the very final map, and that is where we're gonna find out whether if the rest of the party will be able to step up into getting themselves a fair shot into the finals.
Yeah, I do love when it comes to you mentioning about, getting this last round to run as well to really change the numbers, especially the team is at the very bottom. But speaking of changing, don't forget to change your schedule and set up a date with your loved ones as well if you want to, because the Spider-Man brand new, they're already in cinemas. I'm waiting to actually have my time off day to go and watch for it. Probably going to be tomorrow. I don't know about you, Kojo. Have you watched the new movie yet?
No, I have every single night just being glued to the screen because I can't miss a single PMCL day. So, yeah,
Aww.
overall, there's also a lot of amazing collaborations that I've been excited for this Scarlet Ferrari as a legacy of elegance.
Oh, no, don't say it out loud. Yeah, I'm hoping for you to make a luxurious, very, kind of posh voice.
To witness automotive excellence as Ferrari joins PUBG Mobile V4.5. Is that what you wanted?
I'm closing now. But hey, you guys, after that very posh voice, trying to be contra VO just now. Claps. Kudos to you, bro. You really tried. But when it comes to you guys that love Naruto, don't forget to catch the Ninjas Assemble PUBG Mobile X Naruto collaboration. That's already live for quite some time right now. If you guys don't know how to play, how to make it better when it comes to this collaboration, you guys stay tuned with us because we do drop the tips and tricks from the pro teams throughout the entirety of the tournament. So watch out because we have plenty of good tips and some not so useful tricks sometimes from our pro players. They love to prank us, but yeah, it has been a fun run. Now, speaking of which, we put these teams under the highlight for a good reason. I'm not going to say this is going to be the 100% teams who will get themselves a chicken dinner here today based on their performance, but I do want to highlight these going to be the teams that are having their last run here today just to book themselves into the grand final slot. How about you?
Well, I'm not listening for those who are currently within our top 5, as you can see, but when I was thinking about the list, I was thinking about who could still make it to the finals. And Observation Esports, we see they are having a little bit of slump. Maybe this is where they go on the grind because Rondo is the perfect playground for them to aggress as we dive into round 1.
Welcome back. Buckle up, but buckle down as well because all the players will finally go jump as per usual. We do know when it comes to Rondo map of the day, the first map is going to be the most chaotic map of them all because due to the, of course, recoil tower that specializes only on this map. And when it comes to the flight path, a very generous flight path dividing the map into the northern side and the southern side that can actually reach out to anywhere they fancy for the players. But focus on Yulin, focus on Dungeon, Task Track, and Yox Factory. Also, the circle will pop. But it's always going to be these few places that the players love to drop early on. We can expect probably more than 3 teams, up to that 6 teams, that will be in that very hot spot like we mentioned before.
Yeah, more often than not, we do have 3 players from each respective team to be dropping for the battle, and then 1 member will be tasked just to wait out by the recall tower. And like you said, Yulin is absolutely crowded up with about 4 teams now brawling to get their couple of first points. There we go. Hype started off strong as they are going to look for the pickup, but there is retaliation as well. Oh boy, it is just chaotic as you mentioned. But yet again, Hype, as much as he got knocked, they have yet to secure the point, but they're going for a little bit of wraparound here. 1 HP left for the side of you. Tried to hold on for a moment, but he will be dropped. Great work from the good fellas to regain momentum as they are already on their 3rd point.
Unfortunately, this circle's quite up the north just now. Not many teams drop themselves in the northern side, but when it comes to the teams that dropped himself early on top of Yulin. I just hope they actually go for 1-3 formation like Hybrid does. Even though despite they lost 3 men in this kerfuffle just now, at least that one recaller could not afford. I mean, there's a lot of pressure for the last player to do that recall. Because we do know when it comes to this sort of circle, there's not many recall tower that moving in that direction. There's only a handful of them compared to, you know, if you're moving away of the circle and you're willing to take in the blue, then it's great. But as Anke, we mentioned about them early on. They are at 20th spot. And they know at stake here, Contra. And they already start themselves as quite plenty of eliminations, 2 in their bags. But when it comes to Terra Esport, they're starting with the 5. Terra Esport, where did they get all those eliminations from?
I have no clue. We haven't really got a glimpse out of Terror Esports just yet. Perhaps another crowded area is where they were farming those numbers. Well, that is a great start for the side of Snooker Esports. It does seem like Delta is currently stuck right beneath the staircase, and a good peek coming from Master Itchy will be able to knock them out. Oh, by the way, it does seem like TEO is on the upper end of Tulin, so they are kind of part of the party as well.
Yeah, that's how they got themselves like, what, 5, 6, and probably going to be 7 eliminations by end of this run here when it comes to moving from Yulin to other places. But for GFS, good fellas, they're really having a good time. At least great start compared to the week 1 early few days. They definitely have improved and progressed in a very good trajectory of growth. But when it comes to a different team, ABC, taking on 214, I'm surprised 214 now. They went as I expect them to be when it comes to week number 2 right now, with Hades pulling a lot of good... Oh, Nate! Unknown coming in, but they did not somehow connect with that one. I'm going to put aside for 2-on-4 analysis for now, but back to Terra Esports. This is going to be a very tough stair game. Chewy. Now there's going to be... Is that the last one? I think GFS still have that recaller around the map somewhere.
Yeah, he should be able to bring his teammates back online while there is still battles happening across the map as well. This is 214 versus VKS, and they're going to be playing by the outskirts as Capo. Going to go for that 1v1 assault as he's pushing right through with a little bit of advantage. And he goes for a backhand swing, finding Amura Baby on the head. Very efficient work coming in from the side of Capo as he goes down for the double. Bringing 5 points back to 2-1-4, and this is so needed for them to really propel ahead.
Great start for GFS and VKS. I just hope they actually don't ended up on top of the same recall tower, because one will have to give way for the other. Just because. Off another one. That's gonna be 2-1-4 finish off the third member of ABC. I think. Let me check. ABC. Not really. They just recalled the entire crew. That's going to be Terra Esports. A lot of picking up across Yulin right now. If they did that, they're going to go all the outdoors game. I guess it's going to be as long as they're not clustered for the team.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely fine right now. And these are basically the 2 early game titans that will butt heads once more. Unfortunately for Unknown, he's already thrown his last grenade, so he will have to just go for that dry peek, and he does actually get the double. A little bit of trouble ahead for the side of 214, but I believe there will still be opportunities for the side of 214 to go in for those recalls, so they're going to be absolutely fine. While we go over to YG versus the rest of Observation Esports, 1 versus 2, and Romeo's all alone.
This is going to be right on top of nearby Moho Palm area, Kunxia. Northern side, we're on top of Circle right now. Unfortunately, those nades did not work out for YG. But for OV, what a perfect execution there. Not even breaking a sweat. But for YG, it's just one player. They're definitely just standing next to another recall tower. I think he purposely called the team out like, guys, ready for the recall. I don't like my spot right now because I'm way too far from you guys. Just recall. I'm just trying to do something. If I got a score, great. If I don't, just recall me. I feel like that's going to be the case for YG just now.
Yeah, they're like, it's okay, we could just go for the recall real quick. Like, even if it's just one member, usually they'll just wait out until you only have one member left. But that is a little bit too risky. And you know YG, they're not the type that take those those small little risks. They just want to ensure that everything's pretty much smooth sailing from the get-go. So at least bringing
I
back Romeo's not too much of a problem.
I know. I think that's very tactical. Just now, they purposely, they knowing the fact they are in the center of circle already in, because based on the minimap just now, they're right at the middle and center of circle, and they know the fact if they're already center of the circle, I wouldn't even talk about this because they're going to be a lot of recalls. The fact they're already in the center of the circle, they know there's not many recall tower if they want to play the center of the circle. What's the point of waiting the recall to be used later? Because there's not much recall tower in the center of the circle. Plus, they might last until stage number 4. When you know stage number 4, there's not going to be enough recall tower there. Might as well just use the recall early and regroup as fast as you can.
Yeah, what I really do like about the idea is that they are taking 2 points with 2 recall towers. So if either side goes into commotion, they will just be able to bring each other back up. And that swing was looking really good as Elevate. They were pinched into that corner, so they would be able to still have a little bit of room left to go in for the revivals. And it does seem like Elevate, they started off decently with 2 points already being gained, but the problem is, take a look at the loots. They're barely getting anything in the back. No troubles other than the couple of smokes that literally Holy Smoke is currently holding. But it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Not too many teams around this vicinity just yet. Master Lion's all alone though, while he managed to spot Smell with them going for the exchange of nades. This one's gonna be a little bit short, as Lion will be greeted with another member. So 2 versus 1. This is how YG wants to play the game, and they will be able to smoothly take down Lion in the process.
Yeah, pretty easy wiped out. That's why I called it out for them to not. They did not want to segregate themselves based on this sort of circle. You can see it clearly, very small, just on the outskirts of stadium. For YG, if you can see it, there's barely any recall tower in here. That's why I think it's pretty smart for whoever knows that they are not using that recall tower starting from stage 2 or stage 3 onwards. It's best to use it as an advantage to get those points here. Even though it's just to recall one player, it's still going to be plenty of advantage by doing that, making it slightly a bluff or a bait. But back to the start of Elevate. Now, this is going to be the team that's in a critical need of points. We talked about them last week, didn't turn out so well. But this week, they definitely have a very different approach. Getting themselves in the top 10. But if they got executed here early, it might be a tough journey for them to last for this week. Unfortunately, they are one of the first few to go out.
Oh boy, it's just so little room left around the stage 2 zone where we're seeing everyone fighting for the hillside, still rotating across the corner, and this is where all of the traps are being laid out. Seven Sky, how long can they actually hold on to this corner as they are trying to at least push the rest of Time Esports away? Good job so far from the side of Seven Sky. While Time Esports cannot afford to lose that vehicle just yet, we see a recall coming from Observation Esports as they will now rallying with all 4 of their members. We are also having some struggles for the side of Goodfellas as they're struggling out of the blue zone. It does seem like they have a member being knocked, so they are kind of far away. A little cause of concern for the Bruneian side.
A bit more concerning where if we ended up right on top of bamboo area. You do know that those bamboo sticks won't actually cover you that much, right? You practically don't have anything to cover yourself, despite it should be working as a tree of a vegetation or structure there. But yeah, if you ended up right on top of the bamboo forest, it's like a pretty tough end for these guys.
Yeah, we see a lot of drive-through moments as well. They think that they're safe. Nah, apparently not. And it is barely even thick enough for them to hide themselves in. That is definitely going to be problematic for those kind of teams, that kind of players around bamboo. But on the other side, Terra Esports so far, take a look at those points that they've gained. 11. That is actually pretty impressive as we're only barely halfway into the match. And we're already running out of space. A lot of the teams are still on the outskirts. Take a look at VKS. They're the latest to the party. I would be pretty much not too concerned for those teams who are still on the blue zone. But if they're going to take another stage outside, that's where they will easily bleed out. Even for the side of Changshu Dragons, they're just on the north point of Ryan, so they should be able to get by. As for Observation Esports, they are taking a very peculiar movement. 3 of their members are planted on different sides of the north, and they are still taking their sweet time. So they're sending one member in, trying to look for a place safe enough for them to play out that late game. A smart move, but could be costly if they were to be seeked out. But at the very least, right now, it does seem like the dust has settled. Not too many battles are taking place across the map. ABC, they get a little bit more of a reprieve coming from the south side. A much needed one, especially with them holding on to that 12th placement right now. TEO has surged so much ahead that they have already surpassed them, so this is definitely a little bit of push necessary for the side of ABC, while they are now in the middle of the roads trying to take on MSI.
I want to say, taking the charge, it's going to be the fight outside of the circle. Is it going to be worth extending this long? Unfortunately, Rag caught him off guard. Here comes South, crashing in. Zero trying to find an off angle. Unfortunately, didn't work out for both teams. Traded heavily on both sides. 2 on 2 for the takedown. And ABC, they're still counting their 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, will be the first few to bow out again. Placing themselves at 15 MSI. I mean, they still ended up with a flawless run. They got themselves 5 eliminations out of that.
Yeah, I really do love the drive-by coming from Lion. He managed to salvage the situation, and on top of that, had those clear angles to really wrap around up against ABC. So the coast is clear right now for the side of MSI. They also get to restock for a little bit before they get deeper into those territories. A little bit of a commotion here for Vix as Jeffrey gets pinned down by Capo. Ooh, boy. Even more work to be done here for the side of Vix, but they are making sure that they stay afloat. Lord there with the crucial knockdown. And it's going to be problematic because they could not really seek out the other members of 214. And here comes the rival Observation Esports over on the northeastern corner of the map.
Lord. Seems to be stuck in there. Sandwich in a pinch between OV and 214. They're going to go in for the rush, perhaps coming up from behind. Try to find Lord first. It's going to be that troublemaker. But it's going to be a bit tricky geography for them to play with. Do they want to get out of the circle just to finish off the objectives from far? But we do know when it comes to the middle of circle, YG is nowhere near these guys. That seems to be busy in there because they are a bit too busy with the upgrade of loot, getting a nair drop, plus getting the circle, plus getting themselves a sweet spot in between all the teams just to get themselves those extra points. But as SNK, they can afford to go down. Unfortunately, the team's coming in very late from the south. VKS, they're losing men without any fight there because it's taking too long in the blue and just not working out right, especially fighting against MSI, keeping them from far.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we go back into the battle as Clay Jr. gets spotted out by just a tiny little crease from the... I couldn't even call this a window of the shack. As the rest of Observation Esports struggling to go in for the pickup, but they will still try. They still have plenty of their members up there on the hillside, but 214, they're taking their moment to go in for that third party. Vix, with a very careful maneuver here, tries to seek out, but with this flock of smoke, it doesn't seem like it's going to be all too easy to gain more out of. It was 214 that actually receives a hit coming from Kid, and that is just great coverage coming from Observation, but it is going to be said too soon. There is going to be Shaco, who have just arrived on the corner with Goodfellas, finally arriving into the zone, taking a hill for their own as well, and it suddenly becomes a 4-way battle.
Make it a 3-way battle only for OV right now, because I don't see any other team seems to be focusing on the other side of the map or the other side of the openings right now. Everybody just focused and locked on OV. Look at how everybody move at the same time just to lock down on OV, and they have to be crushed in with together each other first. And GGZ taking on MSI. It's gonna be Vix, Vanax Esports taking shots, couple of down on OV, and fortunately enough, I mean, OV will be safe because of how they move together at the same time for the same target. But moving out of the circle down south, this is where a lot of teams will have to pass through it. This is going to be including Sisu. Now, Changshu Dragon last I've seen them, they're coming up from the northern side and they're taking themselves a bit of a long journey just to enter from a very southern circle.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they're taking such a passive maneuver, but it definitely guarantees them a good late game run if they could just keep themselves alive. As for MSI, they are stopping for nothing. They're just hunting teams with the close wrap up from the rims of the zone. And now it is a little bit of a tough call on how do they actually approach this bamboo sector. They say hugging corner of the wall, and that was that jump shot attempt that does not hit for the side of Red. He will go down very quickly, but Miner is there for the cover for a trade out. Good enough for one. Can he actually find more up against those members? Yes, he does seem to be very, very elusive. But here comes the blue zone. This is going to hurt them for a little bit. Oh boy, this 1v1 is taking a little too long. Miner cannot afford to take his strides, and he will be caught out.
At the moment you turn your back, there's going to be not just MSI got eliminated. There's going to be 7 Sky winning over 2 teams at the same time. Not so good games this time for NGGZ. I guess it's just going to be eat fish. Well, the 7 Sky dead winning over that one big because it's basically an effortless run because thanks to Misfit International did so much work against NGGZ before. But we do have Sisu. I still lock on Sisu because look how far they rotated just to avoid early conflicts. But is it going to be worth it for them to just taking that longer rotation?
We'll have to find out much later on because they have not gotten themselves into any altercation. And with YG being so well equipped, it could still be very dangerous for the side of the Championship Dragons. As we go back over on to Observation Esports, they have found one member from the side of Vix. He's trying his level best just to stay alive because any drop of points will be crucial. They have not made it to the top 8 just yet. Still 11 more teams remain, and it's already been 11 points for the side of Observation Esports. One of the biggest rounds that they have throughout the week because they have been on quite the slumber. Meanwhile, the good fellas, they had a good time in the early game, but mid-game, it was just rather rough. They keep bumping onto other teams as much as they try to third party. It does seem like they lose too many members at the end. Observation Esports now has to make a move. They're just by the rim of the zone. They should still be able to afford taking some good exchanges up against those members of Tiny Esports.
Salvation will play the biggest impact for Observation Esports, whether they can utilize it well or not. Try to keep them at bay for Time Esports. So V taking full use of those high grounds. Getting a lot of teams in a pinch right now by OV. A lot of points pick off for Dale. Used to be a Nemesis team player. Now playing with Time Esports. And I just spotted out OV got charged by a different team from the back just now. Now if Time Esports spot them one out and notice that OV is no longer shooting towards their side, it's a good opportunity for them to take those high elevations.
Yeah, I really do think so myself as well. Time Esports has got some easy pickings done as that was an absolute clear angle for Wako to close it out. And whatever it belongs to Vix now belongs to Wako. Already 3 points. A decent start as they are slowly making advancements up against those members of 7 Sky. Still more to be drawn before they get there though. Ko2Wo having the struggles of his own. It hasn't been a good week at all for Hybe compared to what they've been able to accomplish last week. So it's been pretty surprising because other than you really popping off in a couple of instances throughout the earlier span of the week, not much has been the highlight moments for the side of Hybe for most part. We see Godspeed once again on the list as the rest of Yangon Galacticos have finally drawn a few numbers to add it into 4 in total for the moment. And I do believe they should be able to suppress 7 Sky even further.
I don't think with that one player they can actually do much with this sort of circle right now for Hybrid. But yeah, I agree. I'm a bit disappointed about Hybrid performance when it comes to comparing with last week. Day number 4 is the day that actually pushed the numbers up. They got themselves multiple top 3 and chickens in that day, same day. But today, week number 2 completely changed, maybe due to the shuffle of the lobby when it comes to the dynamic as a whole. Did give an impact. Speaking of impact, Rebello! It's a very long shot coming out from the side of YG. And finally, they speak out loud for YG. They've been playing it very patiently, waiting things out in the middle of the circle and got themselves sweet compound to work with. Smokes will not stop them from shooting. Any single pixel that start moves, they'll start to shoot it down. But for Cloud, that's running low of ammunition. They need to find himself more munitions at this point. But they have plenty for each of the players. I mean, they're not in the teens yet. If you compare it with TEO or OV right now, they have more. But when it comes to points, positions, progress, and even chicken, a high chance YG might secure this one out. Look at how they just denied complete entrance of Seven Sky from afar.
Yeah, it's not even a fair trade at all. Like, Seven Sky is just struggling to make ends meet. And I believe eventually they will run out of room. While Observation Esports will be the key target for Yangon Galactica. Spots out Leo through those trees and leaves in between. So Cloud has always been this sharp as always. Time Esports, next one to bow out. A 7th place finish. Pretty decent for them to actually kick off their run for this evening. Now this weekend, absolutely crucial for Time to try their best to make it to the top 10. Yangon Galacticos just wants to ensure that they hit that quota of 200 points and above. And that should be easily done here by the end of Rondo, as they've already made their way into the top 5 with the elimination of Hype. And that's one more point added to the list for the side of Observation. 14 already. Well, they've really had everything going their way from the early game up to the late game. But the problem now is that they've only got 2 members to try to fend off Yangon Galacticos.
YG spotted out the teams in the teens for the elimination. It's going to be the last member of OV taking the blue zone while being knocked down, leaving only Leo last man standing. Unfortunately, Small, very good at finding off angle. There's going to be our top 4. YG 2-1-4 Terry Esport with Ens and K having a full squad as well as YG. Now, when it comes to positions, well, I have to give it. I feel like this high ground of YG, the compound they do have a better, percentage compared to SNK. Not when it comes to comparing numbers, they have equal amount. But position-wise, you have to give it, I mean, depending on the next stage of the circle, of course. But this high ground, definitely YG, they can stop anybody at this point of view.
True enough, and even if they try to retaliate, there's just about enough members for YG to go for trade. We won't say the same about 214 with only a solo bolo member to try to fend up against the res. And that member is Hades. But whatever drop of points that he gets out of TEO is going to be important. SNK, they have been doing a really good job surviving to the top 4, but they've been very quiet to make their way here. We see that their priority has been survivability, and overall, if they can actually remove some of the stragglers, it might just be a chance for them to take on YG, but we have yet to actually see them go with those kind of explosive stands. As for the side of Godspeed, try to pave the way. It does seem like there's a lot of open space that's going to be very dangerous for them to play this one out. It does spot some members from the side of SNK, however. We'll have to see if there will be a couple of pickoffs coming from them. Well, there will be a little bit of a drive-in coming from Hades. He's got nowhere else to go, but he parked himself right down below the noses of YG, and that's easy for Mernat to remove him out of the game.
Split himself at the 2-2 formation. Just to slowly wipe from the left to the right side of the circle, while Terra Esports now a bit busy against SNK. The ones clapping and the ones celebrating, it's gonna be YG. Because right now, cancelling each other out and lowering the numbers for SNK is not gonna be their best sequence to finish off as a chicken dinner. But for Terra Esports, there's gonna be Carty down. It's going to be a 3v2 right now, but YG, we do know when it comes to the specialty of third-partying into the game, they're always best at it. Here comes Small, tossing the net, hoping to connect somehow towards Terra Esports. First one down, second to follow up. It's going to be Small and his partner coming up from not much elimination. They already scored himself 9 right now for YG. There's gonna be a go time. Unknowns down on the ground. Godspeed. Well, hope Godspeed can actually save himself here with the last man standing. And as in case, it's gonna be 3v1 against Terra Esport. And look at who's laughing. YG flawless still as a full squad.
Yeah, other than the turns in the early game up against Romeo, it doesn't seem like there's anyone that can really go up against him, and that was the perfect mate to seal the deal. Terror Esports down and out. Now it's between Snooker as well as YG. They did actually find something in return, but it's a trade out here secured from the side of Say Cloud and Snooker Esports. 3 versus 3. Revivals yet to be done towards Bernat, but that will be quickly picked up. But here comes the rain of nades up against YG.
Oh, they know exactly how to block this. Those next two from connecting by far due to the distance. They pretty much calculated how much they have to stay away to make sure they can make it for the resurrection of a team. But Cartify again. Carti twice in a row now got knocked down, finish off straight away for the second time. It's gonna be a 4v1. This is gonna be flawless. At least Delta, you have to scratch a bit one player of YG to get a knockdown or finish them off once. You wouldn't want to end it up with no knockdown, and it's still gonna be the flawless one. YG. What a consistent team coming up into our lobby every single season for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. I mean, they have good contenders, of course, but they're definitely not dropping any way for their quality, high quality plays in this lobby right now.
Yeah, they've always shown this kind of level of performance in even the global stages as well. So this team so far was absolutely uncontested throughout that round of Rondo, other than small little measures being done in the early game. That was absolutely fun because they had that full control of the zone from the get-go. That was their priority, and it doesn't take too much for them to rotate by the edges in order to demolish the hopes and dreams of the other teams overall in this matchup. Say Cloud, Bernat, Romeo, Smile. I mean, overall, we're seeing this dynamic working so well, and we definitely expect more to come coming from the superstar roster of YG.
Total number of, what, how many again? 14, 13, I think. It's going to be 13 eliminations, 11, 15, there you go. 15 at all. I mean, they definitely got plenty before, so it was 21 when it comes to the record for YG. So let's relive their last run for this week, week number 2. YG Chicken Dinner run for their random map.
A completely flawless run from Yangon Galacticos. See them seize the game with a total of 15 elimination points, and that will bring it to a total of 25 points. But they aren't the only big winners in this round itself. We saw Terror Esports conquer the early game across Tulin in order to farm out to the 14 elimination points, and Observation Esports have the big surge heading into the late game to also match the numbers together with Observation. 2-1-4 did well enough to also bring in some hefty amount of elimination points, but overall could not survive to the tail end with only one member remaining. But it's been a really good ride for the likes of many. Let's say Cloud has remained to be the best one on the block.
Yeah, when it comes to today's probably going to be the best run though, but for not the entire day, because we still have a lot of teams that's thirsty enough and desperate when it comes to getting those points here, especially teams like SNK. Now YG, they're definitely very comfortable up there. I'm not sure what they're planning to prove with this. I mean, maybe they just, trying to prove why they are the best of the best, the high quality standard, the golden standard everybody have to follow their steps of why this team going to be a world-class team. I mean, that's definitely a straightforward statement with 25 points of total. But I'm glad nobody ended up with a 0 despite ABC and Seven Sky got eliminated slightly early. But at least they got plenty, at least a couple of points better than none.
Yeah, that is definitely crucial for them to hit into these upcoming matches where there's no more revivals, there's not going to be recall towers out there. And with this round completed for Yangon Galacticos, they are the first team to break into the 200 pass threshold with 5 chicken dinners, the most by far. And of course, if you tabulate even the first week, there's definitely more than just these 5 that they've been able to acquire. But looking at the entire list of the overall rankings, we got to focus on the bottom 17 to 20th, because those are the points that's they would really have to get when we actually make comparison. OV, now that they've had a big round, they have matched the numbers with those of Goodfellas, so we might actually see them raise and knock down the squad towards the lower round of the ladder. And now we're going to be looking towards the upcoming matches that will be happening here. We got 3 games of Wrangle left and also 2 Miramar to play out. So for now, I guess we need to take a little bit of a moment for us to find out who will be the ones to get a bite of that chicken dinner.
Now we're done with our rowdy, very loud map of Rondo, of course, and now we're heading over to the classics, which is gonna be Erangel. Now Erangel, everything will change because it's gonna be a back-to-back triple Erangel in a day. Now, if they can't get more points in this super classical, most important map of them all, there's gonna be a bit of problems for teams like SNK.
True enough, but when we take a look at the performance coming from a majority of the squads, I would definitely think that with the shift of groups moving into today's schedule, it might just allow some form of breathing space for those who need those points the most. But you still have the Titans of YG, who's been trailblazing these rounds, and with that last matchup they've already been able to conquer 200 points. They might even reap even more. So let's find out what happens here as we take a deep dive into the Classic City.
We're gonna have a very northern flight path this time. You can see Stalber right across where the flight is gonna hover around. But we're gonna land right on the south of Jogopol. And we do want to know if this is gonna be a very SMB circle, because if it does, there's gonna be a lot of crowd turning process right on top of Pochinki, or even the journey just towards SMB. Now I'm gonna wait and see, because I don't know about week number 2 pattern so far. I mean, Contra, can you elaborate on the Erangel circle pattern by far when it comes to week number 2? Because week 1, it has not been the easiest and not been the kindest for the players. It was brutal when it comes to the circle, very unpredictable every single map.
Well, from what I can recall, a lot of the zone was centered around Yasna, Pollyanna, as well as Stalber, so I hope that it's going to be something a little bit different this time around. But if it does happen to be the case, then a lot of teams are familiar enough on how to play out some of those rounds. But the problem with this flight path is that a lot of teams will have to consider Plan B. That also includes Yangon Galacticos, which now will see them moving around that South George Hospital grounds. And you can already see that there's a big flock of crowd that are dropping very late that actually rewards them with the zone around the fields of Gatka.
Speaking of fields of Gatka, I mean, deep down inside the evil side of me, do you hope and pray we might end up right on top of Primorsk? But that's gonna be too evil for the players, especially for the teams that are having their last run here today. Speaking of which, that's gonna be Group B, including YG, SNK, and I think one of the teams I put up as well, which was let me recall, Sisu. Yeah, Sisu, of course. But like how you talked about the Gatka, high chance, yes, it might be ended up there, because it always will attract Gatka for some reason. I don't know why Gatka seems to be the sweetheart of Erangel circle by end of today. But speaking of our first contact made, it's gonna be Magic of SNK player, which is supposed to be the scouter for the team. Unfortunately, will be picked off and surrounded by the entire crew of OB. There you go.
Yeah, he's got no business doing here out in the field. I think that he's just trying to look for a vehicle. He just ended up going into the middle of the hay stack, and doesn't seem like there's anything else that he could do with no weapons to even loot out from. That's just a free point for the side of Observation Esports, and they are happy to take it. Same goes to the side of SNK, having Mix driving into the corner, but it is going to be a retaliation to be met here with Rujin going 1-for-1 at the very least, so it's not too bad of a trade. As for 214, they get that early control in the middle of this field, especially with these compounds. It's going to be a very powerful play, but question here remains is that can they hold out with the late game without Mix in play? So we'll have to find out later on. 92 points now gained from the side of 214. As they're around hovering into the top 8 with a little bit of a gap towards Terra Esports. I would think that they would still have good enough points for them to make it to the grand finals if they were to be sticking to a similar trajectory. Whereas a big concern for Seven Sky, because there is Time Esports chasing them, and above them is ABC. We'll see whether if they can overcome some of all these predicaments.
I think for the end of the day, I mean, Seven Sky do have another run for tomorrow as well, so it's not that not that tight for them when it comes to trying to change the trajectory of the week here. Because last week they scored themselves 16th place. Now, basically, if you got yourself the same spot last week and this week, yeah, there's a slight chance you might average at the same spot again, which is going to be the top 16 for the side of Seven Sky. But there's also cases where the teams at the very bottom now start to gain better points compared to last week, which when it comes to the mean or average point of across 2 weeks, will have slightly higher for Seven Sky, despite they got himself quite consistent for 2 weeks in a row. And this is going to be that case for OV. They had a good run last week, and now they're losing plenty of men here as well. Pretty low Xiao Jia for ABC. But for OV, they lost 1. We had ABC almost close to losing 2. But SNK is where I think at this point, Contra, they don't literally have nothing else to lose. Last week, they got themselves 19th spot. Now they ended up in the 20th. And for them to actually make into grand finals, they have to, they must, it's compulsory for them to get into the top 10. If not, the points, the average point for both week 1 and week 2 will not be enough for them to get into grand finals.
Yeah, they need to really focus a whole lot on keeping themselves surviving towards the tail end, which they did very well in Rondo to make it into the top 2. And then when they move into Wrangle, they start making some of all these early game mistakes. We saw that random player in the field, no vehicles to loot up, and yet again getting punished. It's not a good look for them to start their run here, though they still have a couple of maps to play out. And like you said, any form of losses, if they don't propel ahead with, I'm giving them maybe an average of 6 to 7 points per round if they really want to move up towards the chart. And of course, that's providing that some of the other teams near them is not going to be scoring points. So it is definitely very, very difficult to be in their shoes. So maybe they might have said, you know what, just try to enjoy all these games as much as possible. But it's been a long journey. I mean, it's always stressful when you're going to be playing against some of the finest across Southeast Asia. Now, take a look at YG, though. They went in for a little bit of rotation and now are met with a couple of members from VKS.
Smoked up for Monet. VKS. They got nothing else to lose as well. They're definitely in the same boat. Not really quite in the same boat, but they have better position when it comes to last week in the top 16. But they definitely are sinking that boat if they're not doing something about this week performance. They have a lot to lose here. They don't try to get themselves in almost in a similar position like last week for end of the week. But good news for VKS, they're still going to play tomorrow. So a bit of a wiggle room there for tomorrow. But YG, I can see what they're doing here right now. They try to pull as far out, just like how Hive did last week. They try to pull the margin as far as they can. They try to close it up around close nearby 250 points by end of this week. But if you actually look at the scores, Contra, it's just a huge gap. Compared to last week, I prefer last week's race than this one. This one is just a bit one-sided for now. Yes, we don't have Hive playing, but it's... Last week, NGGZ wasn't this far compared to the other two, like YG and Hive. You know, CC is a bit, tough to catch up on.
It really is. Overall, well, we do have a little bit of drive-by coming in from the side of Time Esports. A little bit of a run in while the rest of ABC tries to fend off. As much as they're on the high ground, is really tough when you only have one member planted up above, while the rest of the opponents are just driving with a couple of vehicles towards that direction. Now we see a little bit of migration happening across the map. Observation Esports have finally made their journey from the south side of the islands. They should have a little bit of a space to play around the corners of Quarry or so. We also spot a few more teams that comes in from the corners of Stalber, so that will be a very long journey. As teams are keeping themselves busy by the corner of South George, that is the rival of Changshu Dragons that have been punished. And that is definitely worrisome for Pang because he's dropped out of that vehicle and he needs a little bit of helping hand. C Sky might see some opportunity to get a couple of points from this remark, so we'll have to see if there's going to be any further commitment. But the problem is they're not really in close proximity with CSU to capitalize.
They can. Definitely know they can. They know for a fact that CSU got one player already knocked down. It's just a matter of time whether they want to go in for the push. Both teams are split into 2-2 formation right now. Now I'm a bit surprised that CSU for today they have been very, very careful. Too careful. That to the point they are a bit on the losing side because of not taking advantage as much as they can. Speaking of advantage, Elevate were crashing straight into MSI in that trench of God car, and look at this mess. Holy crap, he needs to be here as fast as he can, if not the whole that need. It was so close. Oh, he got himself a bison, but that was a very close nade, but cram. It was a golden opportunity. Oh, he's still going to go in for the crash. AV holding the ground. It's going to be a 1v1. Cramp down to 30% of HP. Hoping that Morley will somehow buy him a bit time. But AV definitely know how to dodge that one out. But when it comes to utilities, he doesn't have that much anymore. There's going to be last trustworthy hand grenade. Can he shut him down? Oh, it's going to be a bit of ring around the rose. Here we go. Oh, he could have used that hand grenade. That was the only window of opportunity he got.
Wow, Cram, that push was really smart because he knows that if he were to wait longer, he will be able to pop that grenade, and it feels like because he's worried that he will detonate himself as well. FV, as much as he was self-aware and he almost pulled off a clutch, it was just too difficult to really pull that one off. While Elevate, they survived to tell another tale, while Seven Sky, excuse me, are going in for that brawl up against CSU. Doesn't seem like they've been able to fully recover quickly, but they did manage to shut out a few players in that process. Only 2 members of Changshu Dragons remain, but they have already found a little bit more of that space up over onto the corners of the hospital grounds. It does seem like there's a lot more crowd coming into that lower ground space. And it always seems like there is a magnetic field that it will bring it all the way back close towards the mountains as well. That's where NGGZ as well as TO will be planted for the moment. We'll see where it does shift yet again, but overall, a lot of casualties here in the previous stage overall.
The Golden Cats, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And then GGG with a golden color tag. I mean, if you guys don't know what's going on right now, there's going to be a long inside jokes, like decade of PUBG Mobile, century long kind of joke. If you guys don't know, Golden Cats used to be one of... I think if they are still here, they're probably going to be in the wildcard region, right? They're probably still going to be the PMCL, right?
It could be that.
Because they... yeah. But back towards the side of the car field fight. There's going to be towards the side of Time Esports. And Wacko did plenty of good plays last week. I don't know about his performance this week. He managed to carry it out again. But for OV, they are fighting for their dear life. Right now, they have a high chance of getting themselves out from the bottom, the top 16 if they keep this momentum going. They have to have a bit of a push. Last week, at least, they got themselves better positions overall. But here comes Clay Jr. Might spot this guy to go for the revive. He just have to have a drift there. Damon have to reposition. Unfortunately, still on his tummy ache. It's going to be his member, Clay Jr. Downwards below. Downwards to upwards. A bit of an awkward angle to have those shotguns going on. But at least Leo's there to save the day. You can see how... They're holding hands in the graphic. That's the first time I'm looking at, holding hands in that graphic. Instead of having your arsenals displayed instead.
True enough, and that was such a risky play by Clay Jr., right? Because he was looking for that opportunity, and then he starts getting shot at, and he was scrambling for that space. Thankfully, Observation Esports, they still managed to pull that one off, and they are surging up ahead, surpassing Time Esports, where they've been already shut off. So that definitely was a crucial victory for them, seizing 6 points already. But here comes TEO, and they will try to deal with Seven Sky. They do have an elevated angle, and they're popping grenades. It's just a little bit late for them to do so, missed the mark completely while they are now shooting back from the corners of the warehouse. A little bit of segregation for TEO, so a little bit concerning, but the better spot for them to be at, since they are within the vicinity of the upcoming update of the circle. Sounds like getting more and more intriguing because we see that split going on from the side of VIX. We have YG, who have yet to make those advancements into the field. Not going to be an easy task for YG. Observation Esports have finally recovered, and now they will drive towards the terrain of YG as well. Interesting stuff happening all across the field. Speaking of which, Small, Mernat, yep, that's an easy pickoff up against Rex.
Yes, it wouldn't be too easy for YG, but if you look at how they spread themselves, that's just how experienced they are going through this sort of circle across this lobby and in that very playing field of Gatka. They are prepared. They know exactly where to stand. If you look at how they control over the haystacks area just now, they definitely know when it comes to the timing. They already placed Monet already inside of the circle just now, while the other three trying to hunt people down, rotating on the sidelines. That's going to be OV in that case. Down to only 2 players. Heavy casualty, but they managed to land themselves on the northern side. But for Sisu, they're going to have to deal with Seven Sky. And unfortunately, it's going to be a third party coming into from the back. It's going to be Terra Esport. It's going to be a 4-way war, including OV, who just now escaped from YG. Now, this is going to be a very messy fight here.
It indeed is. Tanks now aggressive as it goes down to try to take a double swing. Not enough to take down Sky High. And this is one of the rounds where Chengshu Dragons walk away with another 0-pointer. Yesterday, they didn't do well at all in the wrangle, and this is a cold streak going in for the Dragons. But you gotta say, that was some good plays being made from the side of Seven Sky. They've been meeting all together from the north, from the south side of Gatka, as well as Georgia Pole, and now it does seem like that will be a closure. SNK now only 2 points, and that rough ride continues on with TEO now bagging 4, and finally they got a little bit more of that space for them to really hunker down onto this upcoming spaces, while Scythe getting pinned out over onto the open ground. Elevate Esports continue to dominate in this area.
Elevate definitely not going to dominate anything. Yeah, they are in a pinch. But thanks to none other than VKS, a finish of Vanix Chester, who spotted the last member for Elevate. That gives no information for the other teams that watching out the rotation of the others migrating into that circle, including 214. Now, I wouldn't want Amura to engage just because I saw how much he has left for the AKM. He definitely don't have enough in terms of his reserve in the magazine side. You don't want to open fire too early. You will give away so many information. VKS, they have no need to interact if not being spotted, because right now they have a sweet spot inside of a circle with a good compound. They can play a third party, but I'm looking at YG happy to be bulldozing everybody from behind. Look at YG, they're just sweeping from behind everyone clear and clean.
Yeah, they're just gonna have a lot of that space to play out, but we'll have to see whether if the Goodfellas or even the likes of Elevate will be able to put a little bit of a dent towards their side. Despite Elevate only having 1 member left, it's gonna be SayCloud that gets the job done to sniff out that Lone Ranger. Added into 6 points tally. Even more of that open space could be claimed by YG at this point in time. But they will have to take this one steadily, since there is some occupied compounds over onto the course the corner. Smile now spotting out Seven Sky at the very same time. Getting more and more interested to try to pick more players off. And that was a great tag that does actually connect over onto that player of Seven Sky. Seems like they are forced to tank a little bit of that blue for the moment, as they're looking to swing the other way around to get that white wrap perhaps against 214.
I know what they're playing at here. I definitely know what they're playing at. You know how they try to provoke the other side of a map and then provoke the other end of the map, and then they try to make sure these two and fight each other first. They try to stay quiet in the middle. That's have been their plan since last week, and it worked out pretty well. But unfortunately, they also miscalculated. There's also GFFs in the center there, so they are not the only one playing the provoking game in terms of being the middleman, because GFFs, they got themselves right in the center and got himself a sweet compound, a high, elevated, and multiple levels of compound. So YG, if they want to play that tag team and provoking, they have to clear GFS first.
And the problem is that GFS, they are just in this impenetrable wall, even with the UAZ now acting as a cover for the side of Shaco. So it's going to be a long affair of a trade between these players, but regression coming in from Romeo might just keep Seiko now absolutely occupied. And it's actually a good notion for the side of Goodfellas. I love that they're playing very actively, and if they run out of resources, there is actually a crate that they could basically retrieve from. So that definitely gives them even more of that firepower for the end game. We'll have to see if they could be able to pull something special. As for the side of Hyde, only one member remaining. By what's left to do here, as he tries to find a little bit more of the points to be squeezed out of 214, but maybe that aggression was not necessary because he should prioritize making himself safe, and he just poked the hornet's nest. Now he is in shambles. 214 now claims that space, and how long can he buy in order to make the cut into the top 8, at least bring in some of all these survival points? And that's not going to happen. That nade cooked to perfection.
Oh, it's just one health away. One tick of health away. Master Ichi barely can survive this one. And I'm surprised why no... Oh, there you go. Not even breaking any sweat there. That's going to be him and finish off Terra Esports. I'm surprised nobody want to enter from the left side of circle. It feels like whoever's surviving, the rest remaining players, those 7 teams here, do have the same mentality to get where VK is at. I've already tried to get that compound right now, but it's a bit too late. It must be occupied by at least a team or 2 right now. Why they are going the same rotation towards VKS? Nobody's entering from the left side.
Not at all. It does seem like because they do expect the zone to be shifting a little further south, which is why that they actually put a little bit more priority on keeping their eyes close towards this corner, or else that could have actually been a lot more playable. And over onto the far west, we also do have that occupancy coming in from the side of Goodfellas to make things a little bit more difficult. So I could absolutely understand the kind of stance that some of the teams are currently taking. Seven Sky so far, no luck whatsoever. Bowed out to the blue zone. Couldn't really squeeze any more room into the game. And this is where it gets a little bit more tense. For those who have compounds at the very least, they could play the waiting game. But with another update coming through, it could still be going into the dead center where it becomes trouble for everybody to play out, because you could be sniffed out from the top high grounds of Gatka. You could also be spotted by some of the members of Yangon Galacticos. So you can see every corner of the map, everyone's playing with due diligence at the very least. And YG, they definitely have noted that there is a member of Goodfellas driving somewhere towards the back, but the problem is they have not spotted him just yet.
I'm looking at very claustrophobic of circle right now. I just couldn't watch the bottom side here. There's too little space in between. How can they even breathe for the teams? I mean, 6 teams, 4 down there, 2 teams coming up from the top, and it's going to be Minor taken down by Xiaojia. That's going to be a very flawless crispy spray with a red dot scope there with his M416. Finish off with a touch of a Molotov just to have a caramelized ending for NGGZ. And that sounds like a very good chef, aren't I? But for the side of NGGZ, that's definitely going to be a slight triumph for winning. GFS managed to take down one of the players. They're going to be our top 5 remaining here. But for NGGZ, everybody have their eyes locked on those compounds. But they forgot the fact that the open field like this do have this advantage of elevations, which if NGGZ can use it well, and if the circle in the next 15 seconds do shift towards the northern side, this definitely going to be their game.
Yeah, it does very likely would be a very good run for them at the very least. Now, GFS firm control, making sure that they keep the rest of Yangon Galacticos at bay, hoping that they don't attract attention from the side of NGGZ though, because NGGZ, they have nothing to challenge up against them, so they have free reins to try to poke and prod all the other teams out there. But they're keeping their eyes fixated onto 214 and also VKS members who's still hiding over onto that lower ground. VKS doing their level best to gatekeep 214. So this is going to be a forced maneuver coming out of 214 to find an infiltration towards these compounds. Do they have enough resources? It does seem like they are looking to pop a couple of smokes to blind the side of VKS. Not that it would do much up against Lil Wang's. This is going to be a firm hole. 5 seconds left on the clock. 214 now. Needs to make that advancement. Where do they go from here on out? There we go. On those wheels. On the convoy. Which one is going to be receiving the crash coming in? It's going to be a big wraparound. This is where they start the ordeal.
There's going to be a big trade from both sides, 214 and GGZ now. And VKS, they have one M-Hop to knock down as well. But Red is barely 1 HP. No way! He still managed to reset from that. Yes, he just did. Are you kidding me? Now back to instead of 214, heavy casualty down to last man Capo. Capo, you got this. You can do this. That was so close. Back to instead of NGGZ VKS taking on YG. Now where did these guys came from? YG, they weren't in the equation before, but out of nowhere, they start to ramp people down. And they're the one winning this one big. They got 7 eliminations already.
Yeah, and maybe more to come as well. And it's a smart choice coming from YG because they know it's too hard to challenge Goodfellas, so they join in the big party. We see bodies on the ground everywhere here on the block, while VKS doing their level best to hold on. 2 members left. They have to cut their losses here. Shifunati slowly bleeding out. 214 on that reset. So this gives opportunity for Yangon Galacticos to try to clear some space. Moving room to room. Big Nate's now sent right in. Can he find Lil Wangs? He will not. NGGZ, are they going to join in the party as well? GFS, they're going to battle up against NGGZ up over on the top end of the hill.
Say Cloud, very calculative, trying to find a way to finish off 2 birds, maybe make it 3 with 1 hand grenade. And GGZ already bowing out. There's going to be 5th play. 214 lasted long enough with VKS. Might get slightly a bit more when it comes to position ranking, but back to SYG. They might score themselves a back-to-back at the start of our day 4. And who's saying YG's is weak or YG's is too boring? YG's just quiet, YG's just whatever. They just show this is going to be high quality gameplay with a back-to-back chicken in a row. If they can score another chicken here.
Well, if they're winning, there's always going to be naysayers. Well, they could all stay silent because this team have proven time and time again that they have the quality to beat everybody here in the tournament. Well, it's not the grand finals just yet, but they have already been the kings here on the league stage. And will remain to do so. 214 buying some time. Lil Wang hoping that he does not get caught. I mean, so long as he becomes elusive, it's going to be a-okay. While GFS, they tried to reposition, but they got caught out by Romeo. This is going to be a very tricky one for them to retrieve as they're being split apart. Always composed is Romeo with the JS on hand. Let's bring them down slowly, steadily, as they will be able to confirm up against Shaco. 214 definitely was glad that, you know, the attention span has been drawn towards that area instead. But the problem now is that stage 9, it will close somewhere towards the middle, and it is on uncharted territories, which means even YG has to make a move. And when that happens, maybe there is some big opportunities for Goodfellas.
Do want to see when it comes to Trobos. At this point, Trobos is super important because we're down to the last stage, stage 9, no more circles. And speaking of Trobos, here you go. Bit of a trade off hands, hot hands we go, hot potato, and it helps! Hades! Oh, what a turnaround of events coming up from YG 2v3 just now, making it 2v2. But we're not done and dusted yet. Romeo getting on Red Jeff as they're fighting two teams at the same time here. But YG no chicken, but getting for more eliminations. Hades on the ground, coming up from Saycloud. Here comes another, and that's a clean cut. Two players of 2-1-4 instantly eliminated. While they're dealing with GFS, it's still gonna be a 2v2. But look at the hand grenades. 11 hand grenades still unused by GFS.
Well, it's time to just make it rain if that's going to be the case. Random toss into the compounds. They could just try their level best. It does clip over on the Say Cloud at this very moment. Chewy, he found the angle, and it's Goodfellas here, taking that opportunity, taking the chicken dinner.
What an end, man. He just totally cut down, completely clean cut of YG's momentum, scoring almost a double back-to-back just now. But for GFS, you know what? This team is sort of an unpredictable team. 1 minute they're hot, the next they're gone cold, but when they hot, they're gonna be steaming hot. I just hope they're gonna carry this momentum out the rest of the day here, because last week they did almost similar sort of rotations, and when it comes to their momentum, it goes the same. If they're doing great in the first half of the day, they start to build up for the rest of the day here. But they did score themselves close to a double digit. It's going to be a 9 elimination for GFS.
Yeah, I just loved how they played out. They were very, very calm on holding around those areas. They denied Yangon Galacticos from pushing them. That was definitely one good green light that we saw. And then after that, they weren't just staying inside of those warehouses, or should I actually say compounds. They expanded. They eventually go toe-to-toe with NGGZ, and once they won that, the rest was history. Let's take a look at the highlights again, and then we'll elaborate on what goes down in this matchup. And here we go.
In total of the in total of 12 points here right now for YG. Sorry for that, buddy. But when it comes to the other teams, only one team with double-digit eliminations. But I do want to see when it comes to the very bottom, though. Do we have at least a team that with a 0? But when it comes to the full squad time, you have to give it to 1-4. They have the least amount of players that's alive. till the very end, but they lasted long enough to be in the top 4 now, with not many troubles compared to the other teams just now.
Yeah, they did manage to at least survive for very long, especially with all the weapons pointed against him. But good fellas, I think they did everything right throughout this game. And Shins, he was so crucial, especially when they go up against NGGZ. They had to conquer that high ground terrain in order to make this chicken dinner happen. And Shins got the most out of the situation. As much as the damage numbers were not crazy enough, but overall, he's definitely made the right mark to land those finishing blows in order to keep themselves at the top by the end of the round. So that's a hefty 19-pointer run for them, as they were very close to match up with YG, who's even more aggressive with a total of 12 eliminations secured in this round. But more importantly, VKS, the team that needs those points, have gotten 8 in this round itself.
OV7 with no position points. Wow, that's plenty. Eliminations, of course. I think they're aiming for the eliminations only for today, knowing that it's going to be a bit difficult for them to go for the placement as well. But there's 3 teams down there getting themselves a 0. But this will impact the overall rankings by far. For the top 3, it's unmovable mountains for those 3 right now, of course. We don't see anywhere going to be, shifting over that side. Bottom, I think it's focused on probably today is going to be the bottom 4. GC, VKS, Hybrid, SNK. Now, we do know SNK will be the one in critical position because Hybrid and VKS still have a shot for tomorrow. But for SNK, there's too many, small mistakes here, small mistakes there. Make it a huge mountain of mistakes.
Yeah, I think it is almost over for their run if they don't do anything about it. But the good news is there's still 4 more matches for them to try to make the best out of. But for now, we give them a little bit of a time for them to think things through. So we'll be on a short break. And when we come back, don't go anywhere because we will be offering you some epic action here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. It was the good fellas that managed to stop the streak of YG, but they are still dominating in their very own ways. It's great to see a change of scenario, and of course, now we're moving into yet again another round in Arangel.
I was slightly hoping. I mean, nothing against JFS, of course. I was hoping for YG to actually close the day with a 4 chicken in a day. I mean, that's a tall order, but I mean, at this point, with Hive nowhere playing today, why not? There's an opportunity to do so, but unfortunately, thanks to JFS, nothing against them, of course. I love those boys. I love the Bruneians. But it's just they putting the stop in between. It's just, you know.
Yeah, well, overall, we're glad to see that they have some answers to some of the top teams out there. So more to come, more chaos, more excitement awaits us here in our upcoming match.
Slightly a southbound flight path, yeah. But I think it's still fair enough. This is going to be dividing the map evenly on the northern southern side. So it's down to the circles as always. And so far we have got ourselves a Gotka circle. I think it's always going to be, if this circle just favors to a side of hospital, quarry, high chance it might end up right on top of Gotka. I don't know why. It's just Zaki there for no reason. Just might as well eradicate Zaki for now. We have a flying hound with a useless Zaki on top, like, yeah. But when it comes to today, Contra, I have to remember, I'm getting used to, you know, habit of circle out on my lips, so I have to get rid of I have to
You
remember
miss him
Contra.
already.
No, it's just my you know, you cast with your partner too much to the point, you know, there's no other room for the exchange of names. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, speaking of today, so far now, if you could pick, I mean, if you would predict 4 teams that might ended up in the bottom, because I'm not casting tomorrow, so I need to ask your opinion today. Who's gonna end up in the bottom 4 with, especially with this sort of circle here today?
Well, looking at Snooker Esports, I don't think it is mathematically possible for them to really gain so much points within the span of just a few rounds left. And they're not showing the kind of level of strength like what the Goodfellas are showing us, so I might just count them out. That's one. And if I'm looking at the side of VIX, I mean, I'm hoping that they can go through, but it doesn't seem like they're showing up just yet today. But they're still, you know, 3 to 4 rounds to play out, so anything could still happen. But when we do not get the presence of Hive International, this is what happens. CSU, as well as another squad in the form of Elevate Holy, is actually occupying the space. So we're in for a little bit of an early game treat, perhaps. Now, most of the time, you would see like a armored truck to be driving past the city, and whoever gets to claim that, they're gonna be equipped well enough to win out fights.
And usually it's gonna be Hive on top Pachinki before. Nobody's touching Pachinki except for Hive. Except for when Hive not playing. Here we got this case scenario happening. But honestly, between Elevate and Sisu, okay, what I call, I want to call it bad. I want to call it something that we try to predict. A very short-term prediction here instead of the long-term ones. CC versus Elevate. I'm gonna go first. I feel like CC do have better arms in terms of experience and fight. Do you want to go 2-0 with me against Elevate, or do you want to score 1 for Elevate?
I'll make it interesting and say Elevate, they are looking relatively more composed today. And for the track record of yesterday's run, CSU have not gotten that many points. And last round didn't convince me either ways. Now that they're playing onto an unfamiliar territory, I think that it's going to be an even trade at the very least. So either side who wins will have few members taken out.
Are you buying time for yourself? You have to pick one now.
Yeah, I'm picking
before they
Elevate.
end the
So
fight.
we're 1-1. I've already made my pick. I'm just saying that, you know, whoever wins will still be limping. So I feel like this is an unworthy trade. Or even better yet, none of us actually get the point in. They just loot up and then go the other way around. That could very well happen.
That's kind of true. I mean, Pachinki is plenty, and Pachinki is doable to separate after, knowing the fact this conflict is nowhere near giving them any benefit. But I think in this case, Sisu might have a bigger loss compared to the side of Elevate if they're losing this one. Because worst case scenario, Elevate, the margins between the bottom teams right now at the 10th place, I would call it 9th place to the possibly the 15th placement right now. It's not too far off. So if Sisu losing this fight, it's going to be a big loss for them because the gap between Sisu, Hive, and YG is just humongous right now.
Yeah. I feel like there's more to gain for the side of Elevate, which is also why I feel there's more reasons for me to vote for them, because even if they drop one round, MSI, depending on how well they do, they might not catch up within the span of one match, unless it's just a 20-pointer elimination feed that they get by the end of the game, then that's a different story. But anything supplementary would be good enough for them to maybe challenge Hive International for tomorrow or something like that. But from what I do recall, CSU probably might be taking a break tomorrow as well. So
Yeah, this is going to be the last run for the day. That's why. That's why it's on my list for the team to watch out here today. But my eyes actually lock on to Elevate players. They're planting one sneaky player at the back line. I think that's going to be Mango. How they're trying to... And I don't think Mango being spotted out by the rest of CCA. But they have, instincts coming up from players' side. It's pretty normal. They feel like somebody watching from afar. But if Ting try to cut across the street openly, we do know Mango is happy to take those points away. He doesn't have smokes right now for Ting. So it's going to be a very risky task for him to cut across the street.
And he's going to play a very important role as well. He needs to feed all these info back to his teammates, because on both ends of Elevate, it does seem like whoever's inside of the lower compound, they're not even trying to take a peek. They want CSU to come in to challenge. So whatever Mango tells them, they just got to trust him 100%. Like, if they don't... You gotta
believe.
Yeah, you gotta really put 200% on this guy. Because not only does he try to trade back, he needs to tell them, okay, everybody, get to this side of the window, then you will win that fight.
That's they're always going to be that one person who doesn't know the difference between left and right. Sometimes I just hope it's not that person, and that's not going to be a Mango. But surprisingly, contra our first contact mate is nowhere near Pachinki.
Not at all. I mean, both sides are playing it so safely. CSU, I think they are basically thinking as well, okay, when exactly will these guys fall and maybe be a little bit more antsy to try to take a peek? They're not falling for it. CSU, the only thing that they could do right now is poke and prod, try to see if these grenades could basically give them a little bit more of that wiggle room. Now, that's the first drop. And yet again,
not flinching.
Nobody moves.
Not even a flinch. They're not going to give away any information, and that's it. One. Oh, what a nice one. Go time for Sisu. If they don't take this opportunity, it will be a huge miss. But like you mentioned, Mango and say, oh, Ting next. Elevate, everything in shambles here right now. What can Mingo do than just watch but grab? He managed to fight back. He just refused to go down easy. But unfortunately, they're out of bounds. They don't have enough Mango. They need the Mango. Where is the miracle? Nope, he's just gonna leave. He's like, never mind, guys.
Nope.
When you put too much trust on that one Mango.
I guess you're right. They couldn't tell left to right, but they weren't moving at all. That's the problem. But over on the outskirts, it's NGGZ going for that full collateral, and it is just bodies everywhere for the side of Goodfellas. They're looking to hightail out of this. It's only Chewy left, and he knows this is not going to be a fight to be won.
What a trashy circle here. Now, we do have major thinning of crowd over Farm area, Milta, of course. But whoever gets to Milta power first might have the huge advantage to get himself a chicken. And high chance it might be MSI or even hybrid.
Ooh. Looking at this current scenario, I think like teams are just glad to basically wrap up all these kind of fights. Hybrid, they might actually see a little bit of leeway in this matchup, but Chewy, he fends off one, brings a point back, hoping to not leave the lobby empty-handed, but the rest of TO hot on his tail though. NGGZ still needs to go for that reset, so he could just use this time, try to make a little bit more of that space in order to drive deeper into the fold, since there's still a little bit more time to get maybe a compound or something by the corners of build-up power. Like you mentioned, this is by far one of the worst areas to play out, especially when you have that kind of flight that have everybody dispersed into different locations, and majority of them are not even halfway into the zone just yet. So NGGZ, they managed to recover, but they lost in the process. It halted them for a little bit. Do they have the vehicles to rotate though? Yes, they do.
They do. One smoke, two's working well. I think it's not going to be a problem for the side of NGGZ, but the one that's concerning me, I want to see what's on top of Milter Power here right now, because last we've seen MSI made a U-turn, and this is their usual drop spot. This is going to be their home turf for MSI, so they know every nook and cranny, but can they maximize the efficiency of it? We do see Master Lions put a couple of players off time spot. And look at how MSI is playing at the edge of the land. They know there's nobody swimming from the back. This is actually a good place for them to find those information and try to gatekeeping those who just came into those compounds.
Yeah, and overall, MSI, they could just basically give a really strong chokehold to those who are inside of these compounds, and they just have this perfect bird's eye view up against all these teams that all they really have to do is just basically take a couple of all these tags, keep them on high alert, and if they were to be not careful at all, then there's just going to be a farming fiesta for the side of MSI.
If they have enough ammunition, of course. I mean, the problem with this, getting out of the compound, it's slightly difficult for anybody to reach out here. Unless if they have a couple of boxes laying around, which we don't see anyone nearby. But we do have a couple of very interesting vehicles coming in from the sea area. There's going to be a hovercraft by 4 players of OB stacked up together. Now, this might be the only team that can disrupt that bird's eye view of MSI right now.
Wow, OV. As much as this is a really good space to know that nobody's going to be at your back, but at the very same time, whatever's in the front is going to be very, very difficult to challenge. So I am not really the biggest fan of a spot like this because, first of all, you don't get to restock. Second of all, a lot of these teams, they will have to really play this one off from long range, and it is always going to be resets after resets. It's just going to continuously burn out those resources from the side of Observation Esports. So they just really got to put themselves on a little bit of a hole to try to buy some time for the later game. VKS, however, lost two, excuse me, in the process. And now they have a really long journey ahead, while 2-1-4 continues on to pepper spray whoever moves around the city. I just liking the fact that they have been wrapping around the edges, finding the elevated spots, but the ordeal right now is they have to also traverse B while he flipped. Okay, that's absolutely fine. His teammates did actually get it back on track at the very least. So they now claim those houses right in between. So this is a good play from 2-1-4.
The problem with 2-1-4, yes, they got themselves, but they put a little bit of chances where the circle, if it shifted back upwards, then where 2-1-4's at, and it's going to be great. But if it keeps shifting downwards, it's a bit tough for them to get into the circle now because it's quite concentrated right now. Last we've seen on top of Milter Power, which not enough space and not enough compound to be shared with. It's quite in a flat plane when it comes to the backline. Just now we saw how, was it Ovi coming up from the backside of MSI. MSI got himself a very good view up there. So nobody can stop them for now. And there might be a huge howl of elimination if that circle ended up right on top where MSI is at. But if it's going to be 2-1-4, it's going to be a lot of major shift from the right side of a circle just now back towards the left once more. Speaking of the other teams who's happened to be in a pinch, not really quite tight. It's going to be the teams in between around the warehouse area. There's also the sniper tower. As and K on the other end, I'm not a big fan of how they position themselves a bit too far. Where we saw whoever's a bit too far and barely can see each other, like how Mango did just now. did not work out well when you are in a pinch position, and you don't want that to happen. It might be a major loss with nothing in return.
Yeah, overall, everyone's just trying to find a little bit more of that spacing to play out phase 4 onwards. And Milta is just basically a pit stop that is a little bit scuffed because to exit out of Milta is also going to be a problem when you have so many of these teams who are also waiting along the lines. YG, another golden position for them. They did not fall prey to locking themselves into any form of a housing estate. And that hill that they are currently controlling is going to make and break the fates of some of all these teams that tries to move in. So I like the play.
I'm looking at Mango, still surviving. Barely. I mean,
He's in the
how he
waters.
went in. I don't know how, is he swimming or he's actually riding some. I don't think he's riding anything, but MSI is watching tightly on that side. So I don't know if he can actually dock in safely. I wish he will dock in safely and be that surprise impact player. A masterful, play coming up from the backside of MSI. Because high chance I feel like MSI do have a shot in this chicken dinner run. But for 7 Sky, they try to guard over this side of circle, which I don't like the position because of the crate area. They don't have anything to block when that happened. Left, right, center, you name it. A, B, C, eyes onto 7 Sky. Hybrid giving those pressure with those nades. Now, you are basically in a barrel of cereal. You are the cereal, and people just munching you out easily right now for Hybrid. Sorry, for 7 Sky.
I wonder what flavor is that cereal if that's the case. But you're absolutely right. This is too early for them to plan out in the open, and they're just receiving so much attention, even coming from the side of Hype. This is not going to be an easy task at all for them to hold on to. Rebello tries to at least hold out, fend off the aggressing side of Hype. And it does seem like they are kind of hasty on their approach, so it may also be costly for Hype at the very same time. But while they do that, you on the other angle has found one member inside of Observation Esports, a little bit of drive-by to take a swing, 1-for-1 trade. Not the best, not the worst case, but they will carry on. Observation Esports somehow have faltered to both the hands of Hype as well as MSI.
And that's the first team out, by the way. So that's definitely going to be the worst for Ovi. We still have 15 teams at 4th stage, entering to the 5th stage. This is a very small, very claustrophobic circle for these guys. Not even have enough room to breathe in 7 Sky. There's going to be a second one out just next to each other at 14, 15 place. I don't know what are the odds of that. Maybe just fate. But when it comes to the next team to bite the dust, it's going to be in between GFS and Elevate. It's a bit hot and cold run, like I mentioned before, for GFS. And when they got themselves that chicken, it's going to be a bit of a cursed chicken. But for Hybrid, it seems like I speak too soon when it comes to cursing. And not in that way, but Terra Esports, they spotted a house split it apart for Hybrid players, took advantage of it. I think it's going to be GFS Chewy taking on Hybrid at the same time. That's going to be last man standing for GFS, by the way. He just resists the fight against all these different teams for that last standing player of GFS.
Yeah, the last we saw, majority of them got taken out by NGGZ. And TEO, they're taking this golden moment here to just spray on top of those members of Hybrid. Honestly, if I were to really read the play early on when they were aggressing, they never really have to leave that real estate to go in for that full challenge up against 7 Sky. Sure, they got a couple of points, but they put themselves into worse positions. And that was really what is something that kind of stir what I felt to be, a certain correct play or so. But never mind that. At the very least, they keep themselves afloat. They have been able to find those corner terrains just to keep themselves steady. As for Snooker Esports, they are just by the very edge of Milta, and no matter where they go, they just got to fight. And the worst part is that the opponent is Yangon Galacticos.
They gotta do something about this for SNK. I mean, they got nothing else to lose. They have to take their chances here to do something about the position. I mean, if anything, you want to end up your run with this league stage, despite might not having a shot at getting that grand finals, at least you get experience and you learn something out of it, you know, by trying. You don't want to regret not trying by the end of the day. At least Hybrid, they did try just now. They're being forced to split themselves into two different sides with that sudden rush of teams coming out across a very small circle right now for what 12 teams, but 2-1-4 Capo. Hades try to hold the ground, there he says, but they will go down either way. That's gonna be Sisu, who's trying to gain more points right now compared to all the others across the board. 7 eliminations for Sisu. Now we talked about Sisu might have a chance of losing it big against who was it before? The Holy Guys.
Mm-hmm.
The Elevate. Yeah, the Holy Guys. Elevate, but unfortunately, it's going to be Elevate losing it big time here as well. But that Mango managed to last long enough for now. Back to the side of YG. Now, if you notice how YG plays, they don't take unnecessary conflict, but they know exactly which one to take after they try to poke them from the side first.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They have controlled that spot on the kill, and they know that this is a powerful area that they could just take control of. And whoever comes out of Milta, they absolutely punish. And the next one to go is SNK. A lot of teams, unfortunately, walk out with 0 points. 214, OV, 7 Sky, and now the next one was SNK, as if this game never really started for them. Meanwhile, some of them go fishing as MSI goes in for the jump into the waters to seek out some avenue of play. 6 points already, and now they will get their vehicles retrieved from right under. Great play, but the rest of YG is approaching up ahead, so this is bound to be a big fight between the two.
We have one merman swimming, and it's going to be M-Hop. I mean, MSI have been holding this area for the longest time. You talked about how the problem is going to be just restocking their resources here. I don't think that's an issue right now, because for the side of MSI, knowing that they have a risk of running dry with their resources, hence why they place themselves at a very steep slope as a parking spot instead. That's very smart, actually. Not many players utilize that. Because if you have that vehicle, it will hold you on ground. But and how M-Hop tried swimming, didn't work out. Now YG can see how they view things from afar. YG came in late, but look at how they know exactly how to approach and break the formation of MSI. How many teams try to break the formation of MSI multiple times right now, but the only one managed to break in and bridge into that and even try to confront the straight head on. It's just going to be this team right now.
Yeah, and there is one member of MSI that's going to be over onto the southeastern corner, so there's not going to be enough members to truly challenge YG if they go head-to-head. A little bit concerning now that the spaces are quite limited for either side of the party to play out, though MSI does control a little bit more room as compared to YG. Goodfellas, they got brought down to size very early into the game, finally got seeked out, so a top 8 finish adds 1 more point to them. ABC holds out, takes on more members inside of TEO. A force maneuver as we see them scrambling for the space. He knows he cannot even park in the corner. Now it's only down to Yaka. Yaka drives through, does not survive as he goes down to the hands of ABC and also Dale.
Good news, at least Consolation side got himself 7 eliminations, but for YG, nobody can stop these monsters right now. I take back what I mentioned before. The one ended up with 250. I guess it's going to be 200 by the end of the day if this keeps going. Who can chase their points? I mean, Hive, how big of a gap was it? We have to go back to the overall ranking board right now. Because the second to Hive is going to be Sisu. Look at how huge. Almost 100-point difference. What the heck is this? What kind of a team is this? We are putting YG in a different lobby. Hopefully for the next one. They are a different beast entirely.
They definitely belong to a different league of their own. I mean, overall, there is still some contest coming in from the rest of the party. Tommy Sports starting getting into shape. Quick repair coming out of the side of Small, and overall, I like the fact that Changshu Dragons, they've always been a little bit more momentum heavy. We remember that fight that they took on to Elevate. They have been able to aggress even more, but they got brought down to only 2 members. So realistically, if we are looking at the potential of teams that may still be able to challenge YG, it is only going to be either MSI or even the likes of ABC. Time they've been a little bit on that back foot, I would say. The nades are now flying true. Murnat, he wants in as he's been able to lower, I say, random tosses into the smoke, not really finding much, but perhaps Murnat's crawl might bring something in return.
Minute. Oh, MSI, I didn't want to give this away easily. You can see how they're holding the ground so long. Minute. That's what I once say. There's gonna be 2 on the ground. Getting a 2 down, making a big swing for the 3. Unstoppable for the 10 right now. No way! Oh, it's not just gonna be YG, ABC. Sorry, Time was taking their own time as well to take that one down. It's gonna be huge wiped out for MSI. They're definitely devastated right now. They've been refusing to die for such a long time to hold that ground. And look at how easy YG make it looks like.
Yeah, it's just a walk in the park for 11 points already. Marcos, however, just stuck by the corner of the container. He's just randomly tossing things out and somehow still holding on, going for the spray down. He finds one. Oh, down to this 1v1. Romeo slowly coming over onto this corner. He's got to wrap this one up very quickly. Time Esports now gets the jump shot, and it is going to be Damon calm, composed to shut him out. Still a top 5 finish, respectable run for Vix, but here comes the team clad in purple, royal purple now here to dominate the entire course of this map. They have been denied on the last round, but I think this time they will be the ones who conquer.
I feel like YG. They misplaced YG. YG need to have a different league entirely. I feel like they're just slamming it down every single season right now. Very dominating. If anything, I think it's a huge advantage to share a lobby with YG with plenty to learn from with their almost a decade worth of experience right now. But for ABC, those rooftop can shut down on YG if they know the right timing to pick out. They have to be extra careful not to overpick. 30 seconds on the clock, stage 7 to 8. Unfortunately for ABC, they might have to slowly leave this one. But for YG as well, I mean, YG is not having the easiest for the circle so far.
Yeah, YG, they kind of took a little time to really take teams out of the game over onto the corners of Milta, and also that battle of MSI have taken at least a good couple of minutes off them that they could not really find enough wiggle room. So this is going to be a little bit tricky for them to try to close up against Chengshu Dragons, who's planted very deep into their own compound. ABC is a little bit of a far stretch as well. So now the question remains is that when they do get to the zone, where do they actually end up? Will they actually crash directly up against Chengshu? Or maybe settle scores with Dale, who's on that sniper's nest? Either ways, it's not going to be a clean-cut answer. They might actually lose 1 or 2 members in the process, unless it's going to be a clean take. But there is a certain chance if they try to challenge CSU. But Hoshan, you can see, he's not taking weapons out. He's just basically holding onto that frag grenade, waiting for the arrival of YG, perhaps. So
I think he's more preparing for ABC, because that seems to be the one that love to rush towards this side, because when it comes to YG, they need to cross that bridge of smoke before. So at least there might be a chance for Hoshuan, yeah, prepping for YG. But this vehicle, Contra, even though you got that hand grenade, I don't think you can take down the hovercraft easily with that one hand grenade, with 2 players left as well. How many nades can you toss at a time here? But here comes the entire crew. Look at that. Just glory. Oh, driving the glory. But wait! Hoshuan! No way! This might be the biggest blunder for YG. Peng just arrived. YG, they had it going for the chicken. This is going down. Oh, 1-2-1 smile managed to last long enough, but at a huge cost. From 4 down to 2. Wait! Another nade coming in. Oh, ABC next one.
wow. A very big moment from the side of CSU. They have caused chaos, took down 2 of these members of YG. Thankfully, Seikot was still in that vehicle, or else it's a complete lost cause. That vehicle smoking up, and there we go. The swing from Seikot with the MG3 in hand. He's going to strike them apart. 0. No space to even step right in because of that. Definitely being tossed right through. It's going to buy a little bit more time. Maybe I might just actually get involved, as now it's a 1 versus 2 versus 2, and it could be anyone's game but SayCloud. He's being denied of that space. There is that Molotov now keeping him at bay. Now, here comes the activation. Dale, he wants in. He's dropping nades. And now everybody's pretty much keeping their eyes here into this garage. Small still eliminates ABC.
Oh, nasty YG. These guys just refuse to die. Despite that blunder, that huge blunder before, they just know how to bounce back. It's just impressive how they're just being so calm regarding the situation they are at. And they are in. But for Smile, here comes a push. What a crossfire just now. That was not a flawless run of chicken. Almost a huge blunder with that rush just now. Thanks to Horshan from Sisu. But it's still a chicken dinner, huge one for YG. Now imagine if JFS did not disrupt in the last run. Now you know what I mean? It would be a hat-trick right now.
Well, they certainly are delivering, and they heard what you asked for, Chuchu. Who knows? That 4 chicken dinner might come true. They have been so consistent for the entire evening. Top 1 finish, top 2 finish, and now back at number 1. Everyone's got 4 points, but Romeo's got a little bit of extra with 1,001 damage. Excuse me, my guy. What else could they not do?
Bench him. We need to bench one player of YG, and that's gonna be the person, right? That's too much. And even Smile, average, almost 900 for each of the players. Look at Smile as well. This guy's, he got only 1 knockout, 4 elimination. What is going on? I think we should shift this team right now to a different tier.
They definitely are playing at the highest of levels for sure. Let's take a little bit of breathing space because it's much needed for the teams. We'll check out the highlights. They've already achieved the unthinkable, and this is the biggest numbers of damage being done throughout this week. I'm pretty sure we've seen some monstrous runs before coming out of YG, and overall, this brings them a total of 27 points. If you take a look at utilities, they have pretty much everything to be able to throw out. As for CSU, this has been a better run for them. 9 elimination points, and that garage battle that they had, who would have thought they could at least take out 2 out of YG?
Thanks to Horshan. I was hoping Sisu, that 2v4, if it happened to be a chokehold for YG, that's going to be the biggest clash of the day. But we're now having Romeo again. I think we might have Romeo for our entirety of daily MVP here today. High chance he might be. Multiple times, 1,000 over damage, 1,001 damage to be exact. I think average of player of YG, every single one of them seems to be worthy of MVP or daily MVP right now. You just look at the numbers, and when it comes to the numbers, I agree with you. It feels like the highest right now in any wrangle they had is always going to be 17 for YG.
Yeah, and once we actually add everything else all together, I think like it's pretty important at the very least for ABC to be able to match up to speed with the rest of the party with 13 points being brought in. Time Esports also another big winner. CSU, they got 13, but I don't think it will shift their position all too much. TEO, MSI with 8, and the rest, we're not really getting too much of a high average. If you take a look, 4 teams bow out with nothing at all, so that is definitely a little bit of a concerning sign that this is not going to be a drastic shift onto the table, but in the middle of the ladder, that's where things get interesting.
I mean, I think we have every chicken for a set cash of prize pool as well for every single chicken, I think. It's going to be more than enough per person for the chicken of YG right now. If you compare, now if you want to see the extreme comparison, look at number 1 and look at number 20. Look how much a difference right now between those two. And even the first place to 10th place, that's going to be over 200 points by end of today. That are going to be a difference. So I feel like YG, their aim is going to be 200 at least for today.
You know what's really ridiculous, Chuchu? If they donate 60 points to either one of these teams that needs it the most, they will still be number 1. That's how insane they are. Well, it's just unfair. It's just unfair. They're taking everything away. And what more can I say about those teams? It's been, spectacular. But overall, I think like in the middle of 80 to 70 points, that's where things get really heated up.
And it comes to the second page as well. I agree with you. Look at a triple double 8 up there, 11 to 13 place. And high chance we might have a tie. Like last week, we ended up with a tiebreaker when it comes to 16 and 17 place. And that was the difference of only a chicken with the same amount of total points. Now, if that ended up as the cost of grand final slot to be at a tie for 16 and 17 place, it's going to be painful to watch, by the way.
Yeah, and certainly it is quite the affair that they are having here because based on the ruling, I believe that placement points precedes the amount of elimination points. So right now, despite Elevate having maybe a little bit more of those numbers in terms of eliminations, they still need to position a little bit better. So that's the kind of improvement that we want to see coming out of them. But for now, we're already at the halfway mark. We'll take some time to, of course, munch on dinner, and we'll bring you to our final 3 maps here of our weekend run.
千鳥
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
千鳥
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
飛来神の術、飛来神2の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン豪華球の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
球の術
螺旋丸螺旋丸これでどうだ
カトン豪華球の術ドトン
Welcome back, ladies and gents. I'm slightly taller than Contra in real life as well, by the way. But you guys are tuning with us, Chu and Contra here, for more actions when it comes to week 2 of the 2026 PMCL, the PUBG Mobile Challengers League fall season. And we're down to 2 more days, 1.5 days to go, because we're already halfway through here. And we talked about YG. Now, they're not showing any sign of they're gonna slow down or they want to take a break. They're not. They're just steamrolling all day here today. They got discontinued from their hat-trick thanks to GFS in the first wrangle early on. Now, there's no confirmation that they can't score another chicken here. With what they are going right now, I think they're aiming for that 300 points by end of today.
Yeah, honestly, they don't need even more chicken dinners because everybody else is actually looking to qualify for the finals. But what YG is doing is that say, hey, if you guys are not gonna be as strong as I am, you're not gonna win the championship anyway. So might as well I weed you guys out. I don't have to worry about some team spoiling my party heading into the finals. So I'm just hoping that this continues on, because when we do so, it really forces other teams to really wake up and say, hey guys, we need to do something about YG. We need to do something about other teams taking those hefty points away, or else it's gonna be a long night of restless days thinking, hey, we should have done so much more. But hey, they were given those options. It's just that they just gotta do better.
By the end of the day, I mean, sadly, somebody has to say at the very bottom, but at least not that big of a gap that I hope for. At least the race is going to be tight, but it's going to be tighter if you guys actually watch and catch this Spider-Man brand new day that's already available in cinemas. I'm looking forward to actually watch it, hopefully tomorrow. I don't know if there's any... I've checked when it comes to the tickets, by the way. It's always full. I still cannot afford... No, I can afford to buy one, just couldn't get one that have... not 2-pack of the cinema that have space in it. Just everybody seems to be just wanting to watch every day. And when it comes to Spider-Man, this is also the collaboration with PUBG Mobile. Make sure you guys tried it out. But this is going to be something that's more luxury coming your way and very red as well.
Yeah, not only is it luxury, it's all about pure performance as well. A legacy of excellence, a standard of performance, prepared to witness automotive excellence as Ferrari joins PUBG Mobile version 4.5. And oh well, you guys definitely really want to add this to your garage. You can see the sweet scarlet red Ferrari, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to miss that. And also, with our brand new collaboration with Naruto Shippuden, you can play as your favorite characters. You can see on your screen there's Sakura, there's Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke, and many, many more awaits you in this new collaboration coming right at you once you lock into the game. Have a whole lot of fun, and you can start ninja running like you always dreamed of when you guys were a kid. And even if you're grown-ups now, well, I don't know if people will judge you if you're still ninja running out there in the field, but you can always do it in PUBG Mobile.
Now back to it as a business we go. Now we talked about our predictions earlier on. It's not really a predictions, but I guess I did have multiple predictions kind of correct at this point, since YG scored double here today for that chicken dinner. But yeah, Seven Sky, OV, and also that's going to be a Vanex Esports on your list. I mean, for me, definitely it's because of Group B will be playing last here today on all three coming up from a Group B, YG, Sisu, and SNK. But I'm not worried too much for YG and Sisu, but SNK, now we talked about how difficult it is for them. It's not realistic right now, right? But your end, OV and Seven Sky and Vanex, what's the story?
So my story is not about chicken dinners. My story is about survival. So overall, it's the teams that I hope to see make it through by the end of the weekend. So I guess there's not too much out of it. So let's get going into our final matchup of pre-rank.
this somewhere slightly on the, I think, yeah, left side. Very left side indeed. And we have very unusual, I mean, not really the similar circle for today, but I want to bring back the, conversation of OV Vanix as, what was it, Seven Sky. They talked about their survivor here. Was it because of the week 1 performance of Seven Sky? They got himself 16th place. At least week 1 he got 1 point. But don't forget about Elevate. We talked about Elevate. They have, at least they're playing very different game compared to week 1, right? As NK is going to be the toughest one. But Observation Esports is nowhere near the bottom 4 or the bottoms. I mean, they're nowhere near the second page last week.
Yeah, this is the reason why I actually put them on the list, because week 1 they did really well. Week 2, I think like it's a far cry from what they've shown us back in week 1. And look at what they are now bringing to the table with Hype, dropping right in with the double akimbo. As they do secure themselves a knock, but not yet confirmed because there's still more commotion on the outskirts. You now tries to hold on. He does actually get a tag. And Gerald has only got a pistol. Can he do more wonders here? NGGZ, they only got these 2 members, but at least the numbers are confirmed and they brought so much more on the line.
Right on the outskirts of Ruin, a huge win for NGGZ. But, I mean, heavy casualty on Hybrids aside, 2 players lost. The circle pops right on top of Yasnaya Poliana and might have a chance to actually shift towards northern side. And it happens in Stalber. I mean, that's going to be the only team that getting it close very quickly. It's going to Elevate. But Hybrid, unfortunately, they're being still tailed by NGGZ. They're losing 1 more member just now. The only person alive is Genji. Now, where Hybrid stands 19th place. If you compare it with last week, they are not at the very bottom as well. I think when it comes to top 16 by end of the day, right, for our grand final slot, might be a bit upsetting for teams that performing so well in week number 1 like Hybrid, or even in the case of Observation Esports, due to how their week 2 performance will drag down the entire week 1 overalls as well. And it might end up right at the border of 16th, 17th place if they don't try to get out of this trench for Hybrid, especially because they have a lot of points week 1. That's too much to lose for just because they're week 2.
Yeah, it is definitely something that they really have to really consider ramping up, because if this is what they're showing us, if they do qualify in the finals, I'm afraid that it's hard for them to gain that kind of momentum. Although it's kind of like a hard reset when you go into the finals, when it comes down to those points and stuff, but there is still going to be, if I'm not mistaken, some of the league points carries the weight over onto the finals as well. So if that does happen, then they're going to be lagging behind ever so slightly. So they still need to at least surpass the likes of VKS. It is going to be a tough climb up against Observation Esports since they are closer towards the 15 ladder or so. Seven Sky could not just rest at 15 at the moment. They still need to at least push up a hit while they still have the chance to at least get to maybe the 14th spot. Wait, they got crashed out early, and all thanks to NGGZ.
Way too early. Too early that they barely get any point as well. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I mean, it's not the worst case scenario if you got eliminated. You got yourself at least 1 point in the bag. You know, at least you carry out some consolation by end of the day. This has ended up with a 0. In Hybrid, first week they got themselves from, I think, from the 8th place to 15th place. Not even 15th place. They're way better than that. Probably 11 and 12. That's huge fall. This is
abysmal.
I mean, I know the fact that this season called fall season, but it's not a reason for you to fall from week 1 to to week 2.
Literal fall from grace. Whereas, it's better than never seeing that rise at all, if ever the case. As for NGGZ, going for some big restock, and once you get these guys, those big weapons, they're gonna do so much more with it. As for SNK, they never seen any form of rise at all. I think like by this point in time, with only a total of 9 games, including this, that means you gotta earn at least like what 4 chicken dinners to be safe. 4 chicken dinners is hard to get, but it's
For
only
who?
one. It's only for YG making it easy, right? Yeah, big question for who. Most of it is being
who?
claimed by only a few teams, unfortunately.
I mean, just give YG the trophy already by now. Everybody's like, just give this guy a trophy already. Every single season. But yeah, I'm looking at the league rank points for week 1. Hybrid got himself 6 points. They clears out 6th place. After Esport and Time, they are the one that probably needed more points, but Time do have a very close position when it comes to week 1. They place themselves at 7th place, so they got themselves a 5 points. But when it comes to Time right now, they're not doing too shabby. They're doing okay. A bit
Yeah.
stable still in the top 16. But for Hybrid, this is just unbearable to watch.
Yeah, I feel like they just need a little bit of time to rethink things through. If they still have one more day
Time?
of play, then maybe they might just be able to do something. But of course, time, like you said, is running out. I think like what's really interesting is that, well, I guess I'll get into this fight for a little bit. We see some pickoffs being done. Yaka did manage to trade back, while another swing will be headed towards the right direction of Damon as Time Esports. The moment that we spoke of them, they are just getting shredded out. TO not giving them all too much room to breathe, and they're already at 100 points. I really wanted to talk about the middle of the field because we still have those teams who are tied with those 88 points, but Elevate found one, so they are going to be moving themselves one step ahead, while more bell bullets now being sent right in Unknown, locking him by the corner of the electric tower. That's barely even any cover that is considerably good enough for them to hold out, but they will just run around the top end of the Stalberg Hill, so they're going to be safe for the time being.
Oh, it's Time. They got Time. But when it comes to Time Esports, it's always going to be these two players that really carry it out for the team. It's always going to be Wako and Dio. And they used to play in Team Nemesis. It shows that they have that chemistry, but you have a 4. They have to utilize all 4 players. It seems like they are partially well, but not the best. And I love Hoshan how he played that shotgun plays against YG just now. Unfortunately, his blue zone is hitting a lot of players here, and I'm looking at. I do have the minimap right now, but when it comes to the circle, it's still gonna be Yasnaya, Poliana. A lot of teams cutting across towards Rosshawk, just get across Yasnaya and Poliana, but there are a couple of teams, including Seven Sky, VKS, GFS. I think the furthest one away is going to be right on top of Quarry right now. Yeah, there you go, you got the view. It's going to be Gatka, a GFS running towards the side of Ruins. I think they might be one to go towards the northern side. They might crash into Seven Sky only right now, because VKS taking that bridge towards Jogopol, and I don't think anybody will stop them coming out of shooting range by end of their run, because everybody already, due to this sort of circle, still got around 20%, 30% of water in it. Look at MSI, they know this kind of circle very well, and YG, it seems like a very similar pattern, like how the Milta Power circle just now.
Yeah, and we've already had like at least 5 games that is around this area throughout this week itself, that is centered around Yasnaya, centered around this Kameshki area. So most of the teams, they kind of have a little bit of a plan of going into the same vicinity. The only problem is the kind of rotations are looking so scuffed. Like, as much as YG wants to be early, they've always started inside of Novo, so they have no other choice but to really wrap around the south side. As for Time Esports, they got a couple of tags coming in from Lil Wangs. As ABC, they got themselves prepared, but how ready are they to take on Time Esports? It seems like, you know, despite having 2 members, they are still looking to fight this one true, but that fight hasn't even started yet. That grenade has flipped him down. Only left with Rare. He tries to trade, gets 1 member of the side of Time, and that will be it. Only 1 point accrued from the side of Time Esports.
Still better than none. But at least on the side of Time, I mean, when you look at the middle pack margin, it's quite a huge competition in there. So even if they lose this one, the catch-up is not going to be that hard on the side of time. It's still doable for them to get himself in the top 10 though. On the side of ABC, ABC did surprise me plenty when it comes to the second week here, because in week 1 they were struggling to adapt to this lobby if you compare how they played. Week 1 was a complete devastation of no confidence. I'm sorry to really bash it to that point, but it was that for ABC. But when it comes to coming back after that reset for week number 2, it shows they did their study, they did review their votes, they did go back to the drawing board and discuss with the coaching staff. Now, the only difference is how much you can adapt within that short amount of reset to fight a team, a giant, a legacy, a beast like YG here.
Yeah, I guess they could only try. Without trying, there's not going to be
It
any
sounds so
hope.
sad.
But overall, you saw even the Goodfellas have been able to overwhelm, and I think
That's
earlier
true.
this week, YG had their fair share of cold streak as well. Today, they are just back in the right form. I think it's about the weekend vibes overall that gives them a little bit more something to be positive about. And now, Circle further confirms that it's going to be around the outskirts of Shelter, and some parts of Prison is also in play as well, which we can see. Observation Esports, they do have a decent spread. VIX is going to receive a lot of attention. 2-1-4 in a decent spot. I say decent because it is not always the best case scenario when you have too many teams around you. But the only good thing is that they could just focus fire onto either side of the party. So we'll see how they play this one out, because it can get very interesting very quickly while Observation gets tagged by Seven Sky. Hi, quick work, but I believe there's just not going to be any help coming from OV. Sion can confirm that number. He's going to do that right here, right now.
I don't know why, but I feel like this is going to be Contrast's fault, guys. So look at all the 3 teams you mentioned regarding the predictions. It's all jumbled up together right at the south with just Naya Poliana there. Seven Sky, Ovi, and Vanix. Exactly your 3 teams that we talked about. Happen to be cancelling each other out. And look at that. I mean, the fights over this side haven't started yet, but that side definitely losing some members now.
Oh boy, I didn't mean to jinx them, but it definitely makes a story even better, right? Cardi, he tried, but he's all alone. While Goodfellas, they clear that space, takes one out from inside of Snooker Esports. This is definitely a compound that is worthy for contention, while those nades are falling very closely to Magic. They're trying to crack the case open, but Meow Meow's got to find it all the way to the top. He's just going to check the staircase, not going to find anything at all. Whereas the rest of the Goodfellas, they have been on the defensive hold now. They are trying to re-aggress, but that nade! Okay, that is a very bad toss that clips onto his teammate, and this gives the signal for the rest of SNK to try to push through.
Oh man, worst timing possible. It happened too many times in this tournament right now, but SNK, did they notice that? Took them a bit longer time to actually respond. Magic getting one on Rev. Punished instantly after that blunder just now. Chewy down by SNK Delta from the backside. Seems like there's nobody watching around that at the side of the corner anymore. Meow Meow trying to go in with an AUG. Feels like everything in shambles in the side of GFS, down to only Shaco standing here. Chewy's bleeding out as well. Shaco, can he actually did clutch? How?
No.
I was. Wait a minute, I thought there was SNK winning just now.
I mean, Shaco is just naturally to appear in the right time, in the right space, but does he have enough seconds to save his teammates right now? It's already stage 3. It's going to be a hefty amount of damage to be done here. But I believe there should be just about enough first aids for them to basically keep themselves alive. At least we're seeing SNK try. It's just that it wasn't to their favor when they push right in, despite some hiccups coming in from the side of Goodfellas, which I thought that was the best chance possible.
Speaking of best chance, GFS, despite their winning just now, still licking their wounds. Terra Esports seems to be arriving as the housekeeping here. Oh boy, they just won over SNK. Still bleeding out and still not able to reset yet. Not even a second of respite for the side of GFS. Straight away, there's going to be a third party coming out of nowhere. YG's trying to avoid conflict. Look at how deep they are in blue right now. I think due to the circle, of course, southern side a bit slower. But for 214, Vanix, Marco's down. Not looking at any actions there, so no play-by-play, guys. Obi, now welcome Obi. Say glad. I think whoever cut across the open segregation of position and coming up from YG, how they are very separated. Whoever drive across right in front of them is going to be walking straight into trap. Vanix versus VKS, exchange of hands when it comes to hand grenade. Sarv, huge nade. There's going to be a bit of trade-off between VKS and Vanix right now. Almost at a close of winning or losing.
There we go. Lord confirms more of these points before going for the full-on trade. Amuro Baby now marching right ahead. He's got the SOK, but he's just burning through those bullets. While Lord, he's steady. And he's not even shaken in that battle. VKS, unfortunately, another 0-point round. This is just hurting them every step of the way. While TEO continues to rally forward as they clip onto another member of NGGZ. Observation Esports. Oh boy, they're only walking away with 1 point per round. This is also not looking good. Then this is just the worst of time. We talk about them not having too many rounds of play. Look at the bottom 5 teams right now. All of them are gone.
Oh, they happen to be stuck down there. They have to do something about their next map. At least it's going to be a fresh start for everybody again. Day number 4 on top of Mirama map. But bad news is a huge map. So one mistake, one wrong rotation, you're gone. Back towards the top side of circle. Elevate. Elevate lasted slightly longer this time. And I love the fact how improved have they become comparing week 1 and week number 2. It's a very different lineup entirely. But not the same case for NGGZ. I mean, there's hypercritical coming up from my side, but they were number 1 last week.
Yeah, and I think that they definitely have some limelight moments, especially coming from Jarrell. He's always been the star of the show. As we go back towards the side of TEO, they are in a little bit of a tough position to play this one out, trying to play across those ridges to find a little bit of cover. NGGZ is getting zoned away completely, so Miner, he's got to plot this one out. Where does he actually go from here? The other members is going to be up north as they are playing by the rim of the circle as they try to pry this one open up against the rest of Elevate Esports. Like you said, they have been one of the most improved teams together alongside with Chengshu Dragons this week itself. So they're definitely vying for those opportunities to find something in return, but both teams say, you know what, let's not fight just yet. Let's try to journey our way into the zone. ABC is in the direct middle. Who knows, this might just be their best chance for a win.
I'll be honest about that. I don't see that one coming. But yeah, back to it as a fight between Elevate and GGZ. I'll explain why, of course. But when it comes to the fight coming up from northern side, it's way deep in the blue. Terra Esports always going to be the third party, tailing somebody behind very closely. Look at how they're playing, very sneaky indeed. Elevate, they are in a pinch. And I love the fact Terra Esports, you know, they are creeping in like your nightmares. Not noticeable, but, you know, scare you enough when it's suddenly in front of your face. Yucca. Finished off, holy say, Elevate in trouble. Barely got one last member standing. It's smoke. Blue zone hitting it hard, and that's going to be the end of it. So yeah, I feel like this is going to be the case for ABC for the next one as well.
Yeah, and for the fact of the matter that YG is still alive, right? But YG is being dealt with right now. Saif got the knock. Well, I like the fact that TEO, they find this big fights all the way up north, but I think they take on too much more towards the point that they've only got 2 members left, but yet again, these 2 members are the ones getting those points. Romeo tries to actually salvage his teammate, but there is the rest of Vix trying to close right in. Couldn't see anything through the smoke. Romeo gets run over, so this is not going to be all too easy. YG is already out. Okay, big news. Now, this is so much more doable for the rest of the party, while the rest of them are suddenly getting into a flock of fights. Seven Sky, they're absolutely blindsided as those nades, luckily enough, not connecting towards these areas just yet. But Capo, even if he tries to toss, it's very likely that these nades will just bounce over on these corners of the wall and find nothing at all. Playing his cars being parked right inside. And now there's just ample space, even on the outskirts, for the teams to play this one slowly. They don't really have to rush. 2-1-4, now that they secured this area, they could just put on a hold.
On the right side, Vanix. Seems to be only one man standing here. I think of all the teams that still have a lot to fight for, that's going to be 2-1-4 right now. They are in the need of those points compared to, you know, what happened in week number 1. If this week 2 will save them, it will save them big, but we see that one coming for Vanix. I mean, he's been surrounded left, right, center, and being, you know, literally smothered by MSI players. But for 2-1-4, if they're not being careful, there's one more player, a different team, completely a different color crossing. But there's going to 7 Sky, 2 of them as well. They're taking a long shot against MSI. Now, we do know behind 2-1-4 there's plenty more. They are quite slightly in the center as well. If they are attracting unwanted attention to this side, then it's going to be a bit of trouble. But they do have, this is the reason why this compound feels like a bit of overconfident on their side. But hey, they're playing great. Not saying it's wrong. They're using as much as they can with this compound.
Yeah, it's been a long trade-off between the two sides, or it's just one side that's aggressing, and 7 Sky is just hurtling over onto the quarter. But they did manage to receive those 4 points. They've already leapfrogged ahead up against Time Esports, but how long more can they buy? In the top 5, they definitely would receive just about enough placement points to maybe even get closer and closer to Elevate, who's got taken out in this game. Here comes Hades, bringing both of these members on the block, and they are looking to clean house, and they will. 7 Sky, no response, no reaction. They will just sit out, and now we move into the top 4. Only Goodfellas have been damaged to the point of no return. It's only going to be a passive play from them, but the other squad, though, is 4-man strong. So we'll have to see. It's going to be either side to take this win.
I feel like it's going to be right in my face when I mentioned that ABC might get choked by a lot of teams before. I guess the fate just shows that I'm wrong in this one. And they managed to survive as top 4 in a full squad as well. JFS now still quite consistent here with their performance at top 4 by the end of today. But for MSI, there's going to be Hades down. Avi, if he can drop a big one, there'll be huge opening. And Megs, that's double. How? That was a double different angle. How did he find himself that angle not to be hit with anything?
He's in the bathroom. He's got tight corners that he can squeeze around. They've already tossed like, what, 3 to 4 grenades already, but the moment he swings is where he gets caught. I guess he should have just kept himself in the bathroom altogether. Meanwhile, there goes GFS, and 2-1-4 is only down to 1. MSI looking on fire, as they've already scored themselves 8 points. ABC on the outskirts, you see a 2-2 split going on for the side of MSI. Now that they get to recuperate and get some stash coming from those fallen players, I think things are looking very likely to be MSI with the higher firepower in this trade-off between teams.
They took their time, they played patiently, coming up from the very south, playing alongside the edge of the coastline just now. Seems to be worth it, but unfortunately Master Lion on the ground really shot by ABC. I feel like trying to prove I'm wrong. Definitely I have to take my words back by now. ABC, look at how the spread come out from ABC on that minimap. They are very spread out. They are literally boxing in the rest of MSI. Yeah, you talked about how MSI firepower is great, but this position I have to give it. ABC do have a better stance here.
I certainly agree. They already take charge of 50% of the map. Despite how it shrinks, I think that MSI will still be somewhere within the next zone. It almost doesn't matter all too much heading into stage 7 because everybody already knows the whereabouts of each other. As for Capo, he's just glad that he's not receiving the attention. So maybe he might still be able to play out the end game should MSI crash out in this instance. But we definitely would see MSI having some tricks up their sleeves as one grenade has been tossed out. A couple of smokes now just to protect the buggies and himself. I felt like ABC could have actually used their position better because you mentioned about how they have a good firm grip of the entire zone, but They're not really making the best of it, but I could certainly understand why you don't kind of want to reveal yourself out in the open, because Capo
No,
can still snipe there from afar.
No, I feel like they're definitely using it well. We have a different view when it comes to this. I mean, what they're trying to do for ABC is making sure they will be forcing MSI to stay in the blue no matter what, because it's going to be stage 8. Stage 8, 2 ticks, 2 seconds, you're gone. That's it when it comes to the blue zone damage. So that's what they're trying to do. Try to avoid as much loophole for entering in. Like how, look at that, easy for MSI to finish off 2-1 for Capo due to the blue zone. Now that's what they're planning to do for ABC. Just keep the pressure on. They do have the elevation. They don't need to fight because the blue zone will be on their side. They don't need to move.
What I meant was, like, you know, they could be a little bit more proactive, because like you saw that drop by coming from Capo, that could have been their point as well to take, but it was MSI that was more proactive, even despite them being stuck inside those compounds. So I felt like the longer that they waited, they're going to be having too much of these wiggle room given towards the side of MSI. So it is going to be a tough case to crack. As much as it's better position, but you gotta utilize that position no matter the cost. But now that they've got the big wraparound, they're dropping massive grenades onto the 2 members of MSI. Running out of space, running out of time as well. We're gonna see MSI by the rim of the zone, but this is a slow waiting game that ABC is willing to take. It's just that they need to find the conversions.
For now, I'm going to agree to disagree, but I'm going to explain later on until I will agree with you by the end of the day. This is what I talked about. They have those elevation, but yes, they can utilize better. But the moment they break that kind of formation, it gives slightly an opening for MSI to breach in with a vehicle. They don't want that to happen because, you know, make sure that MSI in a blind spot right now. They are unsure due to the curve of the geography right now. They have no clue exactly where are the players of ABC. In worst case scenario, they already know it's going to be a 4-player. And if they have a wrong space to pick on, and what I'm talking about, the waiting game for ABC, the moment they try to pick out of those compounds, it's going to be straight, easy headshot off the side of ABC, or even take one nade them. But the problem with ABC, sometimes it's a bit hard to pin down that kind of play. They are sometimes a bit too careful when it comes to trying to secure that chicken dinner. It's always going to be sealing the deal by the end of the day slightly harder due to that overthinking on the side of ABC. So yes, you're not wrong in that side either, because this might be ended up with that.
Yeah, all it takes is a really good trade. If MSI could basically spot 2 different angles of ABC and strike them down, then suddenly this could easily be a big turnaround. But the longer they wait, they're gonna be choked out by the blue zone. So that's the pressure that ABC is trying to utilize. And there we go. Nades are now being flown right in towards Rare, and big damage done. Lion might actually convert something in return. Oh boy, tense situation for both sides. The problem here is MSI, do they still have working vehicles? They do not. MSI, strike 1, it stays down. This is the opening chance for them.
Oh, Xiaojia finish off line straight away. And it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade there. Put them a bit of an hole, and 2 down. Xiaojia and V down on the ground next. 2 more to go for Xiaojia. Trying to find an off angle. Unfortunately, that small shack don't have any windows opening on the side of Xiaojia's view right now. Popping the smoke, hoping to rush in. But unfortunately, due to their, you know, a bit of dilly-dally and a bit of back and forth right now for the side of ABC, they open up so many opportunities for that reset to happen to MSI.
Ooh, big nade connecting over onto Mo Wang. He was trying to push, but they say, nope, you're not going to be able to do that. But South, he's getting a couple of shots as he tries to retreat. He gets pulled all the way back. Then that will be the final blow. AB has still got the win in their bag, and the patience have paid off to secure their winner chicken dinner.
Wasn't the cleanest, still a huge impact when it comes to overall rankings. We talked about them when it comes to week 1, week 2. I think this is going to be one of the teams that definitely going to be in the grand finals here. But when it comes to the discipline and when it comes to taking opportunities, I think we both had a point just now that's quite apparent for ABC. When it comes to sealing the deal and when it comes to finishing to get that chicken, it seems like they are a bit hesitant to do the call. And same goes when it comes to you pointing out they can utilize the space since they already dominate over 50% of that land just now in that circle. It just did not utilize well. You can actually steal a couple of eliminations from far, but at least they still score themselves an 8 eliminations here.
Yeah, this is some really important points for them to continue on their rally. So this week they are looking fine as ever, especially now solidifying themselves. We should be likely seeing them in the grand final. So all they really have to do is upkeep all these kind of momentum heading into Miramar, and they should be good to go. Let's check out the highlights, and we'll be back shortly.
Average of 987 here, quite plenty for a lot of teams, especially our top 4. So I guess no YG, no double digit. I'm not sure how many YG did manage to score when it comes to, you know, the ending of their run in last Erangel map of the week here.
Well, I do think that it wasn't all too much because they were having some troubles getting by the zone. ABC, they played it really smart, just trying to hold out on some of the key areas of the corners of Lipovka, and then you saw by the end game they were on the upper side of the hill, which makes things difficult for the rest of the party. And throughout the ways of play, I would dare say that Rare and the entire bunch of ABC, they were very diligent. They were also very smart on how they were trying to play that end game. Maybe a little bit too safe, but of course it does actually give them bigger returns by securing themselves that chicken dinner. It's been 449 damage as well as 4 elims secured from the side of Rare, as he's contributed 30% back to his team.
Well, there's plenty of zeros down there. I'm looking at these teams and I wouldn't worry too much for Sisu, Chengsu, Dragon, Seven Sky. They are quite plenty as well. But for Hybrid though, this might cost them their grand finals. I mean, I really want to tally up the scores by end of tomorrow. I mean, if there's going to be costing them the grand finals, I am 100% going to be super devastated for this. But we talked about the overall rankings here right now. As NK, I agree with you. I feel like there's almost an impossible task for them to get at least a top 10 right now, because that's the minimum amount of them needed to catch up on just to get into the slot of the top 16.
Yeah, it just feels like their time has already cut short in essence. So with nothing to lose, maybe they could still play spoilers to the other parties. Who knows? But overall, I think we've already seen non-movements coming in from the top 4. Whereas NGGZ, they just need to keep themselves pushing because KE, despite them not being involved for today, they could still play catch up for tomorrow. So that is something that they have to watch out for. NGG's got to make the boat mess of some of all the upcoming rounds. Now we're going to be moving into Miramar to close off the final 2 matches. So in a matter of minutes, we'll bring you the game, so don't go anywhere. Only 2 more rounds left here to conclude our run here for our Saturday. And of course, tomorrow will be our final 6 games to be played out by all of the teams on board. We may have to say goodbye to some, but for those who's been driving, we'll see a lot more of that coming in the grand finals. Choo-choo, I'm already stoked to see what happens then. But overall, I think we've got a clear picture of who's gonna dominate.
My stomach dominating me right now. I definitely thinking about food all day long. I'm so sorry, guys, but it is what it is. I need my dinner, and it's gonna be 2 more games to go. I'm super excited because I'm gonna see my dinner after this. I don't know about you guys, but that's gonna be my story. But for the players, it's gonna be the story whether they can hit it or break it for their grand finals, especially the bottom teams like SNK. I feel like it's gonna be nothing else to lose. So they will wreak havoc or not. Will they take opportunity to drag other people down with them when it comes to this Miramar?
This is definitely going to be the lifeline opportunity for those who are around the bottom 12. I say 12 because some of them may actually have some struggles moving into this particular map. So we'll have to see if they can gain maybe a little bit more. At the very least, with such a huge landmass, they could still have a decent early game. But it's about how do they find a good closure. That's what matters most. We definitely see YG making some adaptation because of his flight path, starting off from Minas del Sur all the way down south to be headed into Impala. So this queue pattern is just gonna see a lot more teams readapting. Maybe we might even see multiple drops into Los Leones.
I feel like that's another patrol circle. Let's go. I mean, today has not been a great day. The relationship between the flight path and the circle has not been great. There's nothing to be on top of each other, and it just seems to be contradicting. So that's not going to be the case here. St. Martin has said that the Patron water treatment has been quite plenty when it comes to Miramar last week. We haven't seen a lot of Oasis or Terra Ahumada, Campo Militar. It's like once we got a Tierra Bronco or Al-Azhar. But you know what? I don't know why today the Circle or PUBG Mobile just hates me. They want to defy me today. Is it going to be Puerto Paraíso? I do wish we do have that very isolated islands as a last in our, last few endings. But yeah, it's going to be a tall order for this map right now. But when it comes to the sort of Circle, I would note that MSI was going to play the right side. But YG and Vanix. It's a bit slightly crowded for Minas del Sur right now, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, I must say. But it's a 2-2 split, so I think it's enough loots for those YG members. And with one member of VIX running around, I'm not sure if they do know that YG is occupying that space while we have already gotten a little bit of a casualty. Yatka, out of that many players, actually got taken down. And Unknown still goes in for some knife trade out. Still not good enough. As Time Esports, they're happy with 2. So that's for all of the troubles in the early game. They wanted that vehicle, but they were not timed too quick.
Time too quick. That's a different team entirely, man.
I know.
I like to mention about them because right now, I kind of miss that team. It feels like we haven't got a time when it comes to a team name right now. It doesn't feel like they will end up on top of everybody else. I mean, sometimes they go have a great run and they'll be complete silence afterwards. I guess Time is not something that you want to be your name team as. It hasn't turned out quite well. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of superstitious, but that's the case for this tournament by far.
Yeah, I certainly would say like there's all kinds of like superstitions as well for each teams of like how they want to do things or before the tournament, after the day is over, like eating a chicken dinner before scoring one. Well, there is definitely a couple of all these early game shenanigans, and Hades, he got another good pick. Well, Master Ichi runs himself over. Yo, T.O., what's happening here? It seems like they just didn't want to spend time here in Miramar.
Were they being took out by Time before? I guess they did. But who's getting the other 2 points?
He denied himself. Like, he was being chased, and then after that, he just basically say, you know what? I'm not gonna give the points over. So, 2-1-4. They're happy with a lot of all these loots in the middle of the street.
2
Hopefully
players denied
Yeah.
points?
Yeah, it's just strange. I'm not too sure as to why, but they could have still played this one out, but they thought maybe it's gonna be a long waiting game, so it's just not the best scenario for them. But at the very least, Tio is sitting with 109 points, so sitting out this one might not hurt them too much.
I just hope we don't have bad news after this, if you know what I mean. Not gonna mention it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
scared.
we'll have to see.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm really genuinely scared right now. But okay, we're back. Since not much happening yet, if you can name a new team, like for example, you're competing at world-class tournament here for PUBG Mobile. Wow, that's bold. That's ambitious with the Micro Uzi. That's very ambitious with the Micro Uzi for Shaco. You've seen this happen years back when Micro Uzi was a thing before that DBS, right? But not without a scope. I mean, this is classic coming up from Shaco. Nobody does this before.
Ooh, great climb.
I don't think he's gonna. Is he gonna survive this one?
It's gonna be pretty tough, let's be honest here. But this is such an interesting movement pattern coming from the side of Elevate. Now, there is gonna be a hole that Shaco can descend from. He's just gonna do just that. But they were so prepared. Elevate, they know this kind of terrain like the back of their hand. That was so interesting to watch them push all together for this drop of point.
Okay, back to it's a topic about what would you name your team as? If it's gonna be a world-class tournament, you have a new lineup that's super banger. You're definitely gonna get the championship. But what would you name it as?
You know, as a caster, we probably want it to be something that is funny enough or long enough so that you give the other casters a hard time. So,
Hey.
I don't know. Like,
Knowing this, I'm
need
probably
time
gonna
to
block
think.
you from my friend list just because of that. Just because.
I mean, if my team does actually qualify and make it through there,
I mean, yeah, imagine your team right now is already like world-class team, but new lineup and have a shot at championship. But you have to rebrand and rename it. What would you name it as?
like contradiction esports or something like that, but like it needs like to be like the full name contradiction needs to be there. So like when you read it as a caster, it's like you get so confused, and then you have the player's name as well. It's like I guess they're just only gonna name themselves like in numbers or like in 3 letters, just so that it could fill up
QTR, I
whatever the
guess.
quota
But I
is.
guess QTR. Contradiction.
QTR sounds too much like BTR. I don't want to be having a beef with them.
That's kind of true. Jeez, you make it so hard. And then, yeah, if that happens, remind me to block you.
Yeah.
Because you're being.
Good news
you're
is
being
I
a
can't
pain.
afford to have a team.
That's why
It's
we
expensive, you know?
imagine things. That's why we are imagining things, because we can't afford to
Okay.
have it.
Okay, if
Like
you
how
do
we
have
are.
it though.
Like how we are right now talking in the casters desk, because we cannot afford to play like these guys because they are so good at their game. We're not.
Yeah, we're not rich enough to buy teams or own teams. That's the conundrum. But if you were to have a team, is it just Choo Choo Gaming? Just
Oh,
like
I'm definitely
your-
not gonna put that one up yet. No, I'm gonna
I mean,
completely.
CCG sounds good.
Yeah, that's pretty much
Well-
it. But yeah, I'm not gonna put that one out. But I'm gonna put something so stupid that nobody wants to say it out loud.
Oh, I think I've seen a fair share throughout, the past couple of years. Not gonna mention names, not gonna name drop, but yeah, we got funky
You know,
names
you
out
know.
there.
If you know, you know, guys.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of what you know, you don't know. NGGZ doesn't know. MSI is actually watching them quite far. Circle, you know what? Of all the people I cast it with, whenever we have this sort of circle, we're always gonna jinx you and basically mention your name because of how you much love for urban warfare, of Lost Lunas, and now you are here. And remind me to unfriend you by end of today because you might are
I
nemesis
haven't
right
said
now.
anything about
I know
Urban
it's
Warfares.
your interest is enough to make me dislike this circle right now.
You know, even if I do say I like Urban Warfares and like all these kind of compound fights, my least favorite is always Los Leones because this is the biggest city. Like every corner of Los Leones will be occupied if the zone really closes into that area. So I'm a bigger fan of like finding just 50-50 if you're going to be slightly outside of the city and then you still have the terrains so that when it does shift, you see the citizens, they start scrambling. If it's going to be inside the city, then you see those guys up the hillside to be scrambling like, okay, how do I get in? Which is the tricky part of playing in PUBG Mobile. And then now we see a lot of these teams, they take their sweet time to prepare for what's coming. Tendency of this being a very slow game is definitely very likely because we take a look at the past two stages, even stage 2 right now. As much as there's rotation, there's ample of room for teams to move around the corners, and more likely the fact is that a lot of them have already gotten themselves situated inside the city. The first two that we're witnessing here is going to be Seven Sky as well as VKS, and you can already see both sides, they're not willing to take risks because they know this is going to be a long haul plan that they're playing for. So
Yeah.
all you really got to do, park those vehicles in and just wait and see.
I think it's also the case of because of how many buildings they are, and it's quite segregated into different parts, right? So a lot of teams want to get in here early. Whoever comes in late, there's going to be a lot of eyes watching from the inside of Lost Lunas, shooting out whoever try to march in a bit later. And I think that's the main reason why we see plenty of teams coming in either very early or very late. Now, for the very late comers, is because there's still a shot that this circle will shift back towards those, open space outside of the city. Now, there's going to be a bit of problem for teams already inside of this kind of circle. Yep, we mentioned it happened. Great.
Yep, this is the kind of 50-50 I want. Not just fully inside Lost Leo. So good news for Observation Esports. They don't really have to full commit. And maybe it's going to be rough for VIX, as we can see. They are kind of scrambling their space over on the south side with a 2-2 split. NGGZ still has MM inside Potapari, so what's he trying to find inside the city? There's no gold left right there. Meanwhile, a little bit of an altercation sees knocked towards the side of Goodfellas. That's coming from the high ground. I believe that to be CSU that does find that knock onto Chewy. But Chewy's going to be okay. Now, if we look through the list of teams...
I don't think MM is going to be okay, to be honest.
Nah.
It's too deep. It's too deep. Way too deep. It's a shame, though, because he might have a shot at surviving.
Very likely, though, but... I'm uncertain whether if he could find enough first aid kits to even hold out. First 3 phases, tankable. Phase 4, maybe not so much. We see a little bit of a shootout as we see Damon actually getting a better hand up against Holy Smoke. Mr. Say also pushing right through as he is going to check the bottom end. Rest of Elevate looking for some avenues, and MSI, they heard the ruckus. They want to just chime in as well. Gonna look for a flank up against the rest of Elevate.
There's too many smokes. Holy say barely can see anything here. Have to wait the smoke to dissipate. But MSI, they took advantage. Hybrid as well. Look at how the march coming in from this side. As Hybrid coming up slightly on the elevations up there. South already marching towards on the side of Elevate. They are boxing them down, but it's in a pinch for Elevate right now. It's either Hybrid, MSI, or Time. Unfortunately, there's nothing they can do. They are stuck in the crypt between these rocks. There's basically no way out. Elevate, they have to finish off strong when it comes to the next map here and this week. Last week didn't work out at all well for them. They got themselves 20th place. They have to end it up with the top 10, and they are not there yet.
Indeed, they aren't. And now that does allow Vix to actually push even further ahead. So bad news for the side of Elevate. Gotta remember that there is still one more round left. Despite Elevate walking with those 2 points, that's barely enough. MSI though, they were just fancying chances, and they with that kind of third-party action to wrap around, now they gained 7 points. MSI, throughout the entire course of the week, they have always performed in Miramar, and they are showing the reason why they are so good at this map, because they know the timings to find all these kind of opportunities, and the circle is not too far away from them. So this is good news where they could basically wrap up over North Point. But take a look at the city though. Vix, Seven Sky, SNK, VKS, they're just by the rim of it.
YG, on the other hand, going for a hunt again. I like how YG, every single time coming out from their compound, they are working with the blue zone to make sure nobody comes from behind to step their back there. And then also try to clear any side of the corners as well to make sure there's nobody else coming up. So they only have one direction to focus, that's going to be forward. But for the side of YG, I mean MSI's, I see a couple of teams trying to do the same thing here. MSI one of it. Sometimes I do see OV did that last week as well, and Hive sometimes. But they are very consistent with their gameplay right now for YG. They don't play a lot when it comes to the center of the circle, but for the others like OV, Clay Jr. seems to be the only person for Observation Esports right now that seems to be giving so much information to his time.
Yeah, they definitely gained plenty of all these intel to utilize. As for Observation Esports, we see this kind of thin spread across the field, and this is the reason why they've been hunting out. Dale's going to be tagged out. Time Esports will not have much more to do for sure. Now that the dust has settled, Observation Esports have acquired another great weapon, so good on them. This definitely amplifies their chances to also look to overtake Time, which they've just basically conquered. 13 teams remaining, and there's still ample area of coverage that we need to, of course, shrink out. Well, MSI still driving on the outskirts, maybe seeking an avenue up against Genji. Genji's gonna be a-okay though. Whoa! What? Where is it from?
That's a ball move coming out from the side of SNK just now. Finding this three-way fight, if I'm not mistaken, against YG. It was over Observation Esports. I think that's a very long shot against YG. That's going to be on the left side of the circle, last we've seen. And Ovi, they're splitting themselves into two sides, on the north and the south. It's going to be on the northern side, where we're looking at MSI. Try to give a bit of pressure and warning shots to its hybrid players. There's also 214. I think 214 is just across the other side of that street right now on this elevation. I think can barely see them, but yeah, those pixels that's moving, that's definitely them. This is going to be the team that have a bit of a harder entry into the center, but getting out of Los Leones is going to be slightly a bit of a problem for these guys.
Yeah, that has always been the case for most of all these urban endings. But now the problem is it's going to be going out in the fields, and you can still see about 5 teams who are tucked right there. MM did survive. MM is still not going to be receiving a good notion, as this will shrink over onto the open terrains. Why just by the edge? Same goes to Observation Esports. Should be no problems whatsoever for CSU, unless if VKS opts to push out. Now, up north, MSI still got to get themselves through this fight, because the rest of Hybrid, they spot him out.
Do you have time? Comes Seven Sky. SNK seems to be moving in the same direction. VKS is going to be through the war now. Somebody start engaging into X2 tension. Definitely feel the tension. He doesn't have a clue where the shots came from, because there's so many windows around these buildings as well. Meow meow. hoping to guard over this stair. It's going to be a stair fight. It's going to be too much team huddle in the same spot. Rebello going ring around the roses, spotted out around the window. And there's going to be one elimination. Unfortunately, windows everywhere for these guys.
Yeah, there's just too many of all these angles to work with. SNK's got to try to dance around. And just through the smokes, Delta does actually find something in return with the DPS, but still, it's gonna be a big one to crumble out 7 Sky. SNK finally finding more as they add 4 points up. And they can now look to knock HYB to the bottom.
Now here comes crashing in. VKS, Mura, Shifanoti. That's going to be straight water reaction coming from Delta. A big swing with that DBS. Getting in Mura as well. And VKS. Oh, Imam. Where did that one came from? Imam stole one of them as well. What a sneaky guy. Back side of Magic. There's going to be a bit of reaction time play between these two teams right now. And Imam! Again, what is this guy doing? He's not even in action here, but he's taking the points away.
It's just crazy that he still manages to squeeze some points through. And I saw in the middle of the fight, SNK, they kind of needed their own players, which caused this chaos to happen. But I can't really fault them because you know that there is just barely enough of that space, and they did actually have to eliminate as much as those members coming from the side of VKS. It's going to be a fair 1v1, though, for now, because the rest of VKS aren't exactly pushing all together. But now they do bring in more to the party. Warning shots now fired up. Timing on that nade, not the best. But Meow Meow, he could still do something in return. It's all about finding the right moments there. Couple of attacks.
1 and 2!
Oh, he goes down. Still valiant effort, though.
Oh, it was so clear. He got that window of opportunity. He got that just like a bit of that whiff. Might have to actually did the job, but it will be the most flashiest highlight if that actually happens for the side of SNK, of course. But still, VKS are winning over. It's going to be circle time once more. It's going to be moving in between. Slightly have a scattered compound on the southern side. But north, not so much. It's going to be a lot of uneven terrain, high grounds, elevations at play. They have to cross the road. That's definitely what they're doing for the side of MSI. Trying to do it as fast as they can. Because OV, look at that. They're being very sneaky from behind. They're stabbing it down, whoever's trying to cross. Unfortunately, right now, MSI, they are in a pinch. They try to cross over to a side of 214. And OV just making it difficult for them on the side. But we're switching back to our different alien monster that's taking the lead across this lobby right now, YG. And back to his OV and 214, of course.
OV definitely has a really good control over onto this situation. They've been gatekeeping the rest of MSI for quite some moment now. It's all about the finishing touches that they're looking for, but there is that member of 214 still hiding inside of that shack. Barely enough space. Pickups over on the side of South. Play Junior is through the smokes, and those bullets has done quite the number, enough to wipe out 2 members from the side of MSI, and that leaves only 1 further up north, while the rest of 214, they planted themselves very deep into this corner, something that OV dare not to challenge just yet.
But they have to pick up the challenge to cut across. They have to pincer their way in. There's no way other than that. That's the only way for them to get into the circle right now. To go through 214 through and through. But the problem is going to be that one say from the sideline. Sisu, Washwan, it seems to be Sisu is also taking a fight against a different team right now. But 214, they have to be focus on which one they want to go for. It's going to be ABC. ABC has been hitting it very well when it comes to week number 12. I'm surprised how well they've been playing for today.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the PMNC wildcards, they've been really showing up. We talk about CSU, we talk about the rest of these names like ABC, and they are just getting stronger and stronger round after round. Meanwhile, we talked about this potential scuffy push coming in from the side of Observation Esports. They still did a number onto 214. Now it's only down to Rujin. He pops that Molotov just to buy a few more seconds on the clock. Full med kit now being pumped up. No revives just yet. But Leo will be able to claim that. Issei, he wants to join in, so maybe he could help out in the end up against those members of Observation Esports. But I'm not too sure how much of a help could that be, though, since this is technically still a three-team battle.
Another one. Ooh. Oh, the switch over at the perfect timing of the explosion. Just I'm so angry. But Small getting on Brax. One say, sorry to cut you off like that, buddy. But yeah, that Nate Justin was huge. Coming up from YG, OV seems to be surrounding them. 2-on-4, and MSI. This seems to be a very mano-to-mano fight, but the real fight happening for YG versus OV right now.
YG, always opportunistic. They know that these guys are locked over in the corner, and by the time it strings, it gets even worse. Observation Esports, they take too long. Issei here with a chance, but he brings down Leo low, and this is the time for YG to shine. Murnat, he has arrived, and he is here to conquer yet again.
Ooh.
Not only down the kid, he stands no chance at all. Ryujin has the last laugh. 2-1-4, they hang on, makes it into the top 4, but only for a short while. Rare suddenly appears as he takes on those members of VIX, and now we see that lifeline coming true. VIX now earning those ranking points through placements.
What a party pooper just now. Definitely a big crash by 2-1-4. But NGGZ last man standing, he's lasted way longer. I mean, since the first circuit, he was playing it alone all by himself. He even scored himself a 3 elimination out of, you know, those steals from afar. This is James Bond level of play by by the way.
It really was. I never thought that would actually play it to perfection in such a way that top 4 now for NGGZ means that they would, of course, get even more of prize monies maybe. But YG, so far, they've played perfect games every single time they make it into the top 4, and they will continue to thrive as they rain down the parades up against some members of ABC. Only 2 members left for the side of VIX though, and it does seem like Jeffrey is not going to receive much of a help after getting knocked down by Small. Romeo knows exactly where he's at.
Spot out Marcus, I think he's rare and kind of stuck out. They can see every single pixel that seems to be misaligned. There you go. There's going to be a couple of strays half down for the HP. Didn't look so healthy right now for Vanix. Especially Jeffrey still bleeding out. Nobody tried to reach him. And the Blues will eat out Marcus alive. Just waiting for time. Look at Romeo. Is not even willing to flinch out his crosshair. Securing at one point. Vanix, unfortunately, couldn't do much about it. But he lasted longer than Vanix, who have way more player than he does before.
He lasted longer than some of the other teams that we expected to do a little bit better. And that's the biggest news so far. Team ABC, though, I think like it's a good time for them to start going for a little bit of a challenge, but they know that their opponents are Yangon Galacticos, a titan that nobody wants to touch, but if you want that chicken dinner, this is what is needed. So YG, they've already got 2. They want to go for the triplet. It could be a double as well for the side of ABC, should they overcome the demons. But who knows, might actually score chicken dinner too. If both sides lock horns and are weakened out, then it is MM's time to shine. So don't just count out NGGZ just yet.
Manette is not good at playing the waiting game here, trying to find himself an off angle, an opening, at least a loophole that can actually just be that off angle they've been searching for against ABC. Due to this compound, slightly difficult for them to find an angle to shoot from. But for can he steals everything in the very last minute? He's being very, very disciplined with that. Very neat with his steals as well. I wouldn't say very sneaky because he's been very smart. Not a lot of players can last this much of pressure like still manage to execute a couple of points.
True enough. Overall, we expected him to be absolutely silent, but he definitely runs his course throughout Lost Notice. The big question is, how did he go off scot-free when you have like initially 4 other teams that were around that corner, and he just bested them, snagging a couple of points as well. St. Cloud kind of feels that there is somebody out there that he did miss out. So MM, okay, now he's spawning out. Too bad for him because St. Cloud's coming. Oh boy, where else can you crawl? But thankfully he's safe by the blue zone because that pressures St. Cloud to turn the other way around.
Oh, just trying to find perfect. I think it's St. Cloud. And these guys don't miss a thing. They know when there's something awkward, it feels a bit off, and they will try to fish it out. St. Cloud, I think it's going to be Mem's time to go down now. But the blue zone will try to force this guy. We are stage 9 with 3 teams remaining. But for ABC, here comes a nade flying over, but it's not going to connect completely on 0. 50 down. Back to its resetting on rare. They have plenty of health users, but the nade's coming up very soon. Now Romeo's cooking it up. Yep, immense down. But here comes! Dropping on 0, straight on his knees. Next, Xiaojia hoping to find some room for the teams to do something about this. 0. It's going to be on Xiaojia alone to deal with the rest of YG.
Well, here comes another one as we go back to back. And now this is the triple chicken dinner day for Yangon Galacticos, the best of the rest.
Man, I mean, quite consistency showcased by ABC, but oh, I still was super close when it comes to getting that 4 chickens back to back today. But it has been an alternating day for YG. Triple chickens. Finish off with the 4th one, perhaps. They almost got it last time again. But this is no surprise anymore. This feels like the normal standard for YG. That's just how big of a benchmark YG been setting this lobby for themselves as well. We talk about YG, if they don't have a single chicken in a day, it feels awkward, it feels off, it feels like that's going to be the worst performance of their entire career. That's just how far high up there they've been setting themselves this kind of benchmark.
Yeah, I certainly agree. It wouldn't be a YG performance if they don't have a chicken dinner in the day. But there are certain instances where they came close, but not quite enough. So we go back to the highlights to see and celebrate the victories of YG. Well, 11. Great run by MSI. It has been a while for me to actually finally get to see MSI with a double digit, but I'm YG just doing YG stuff. There's no surprise anymore. But for NGGZ, I mean, despite he got the least amount, but it's carried out by one player. Look at that. Full squad time, 8 minutes and 7 seconds. He lasted for like what? Over 20 minutes by himself for him, man. That was incredible. I mean, he was basically a one-man show army, and with him scoring those 3 points, at least he basically added so much more than just getting those placement points. Of course, the man of the match with 3 of the chicken dinners acquired for today has still been Romeo that shines brightest. This time around, maybe not the flashiest of round because it's Miramar after all, but the damage is close to 500, 4 knockouts, 4 illims, and everyone else is still working pretty much in tandem to really bring out the best out of Romeo. Other than that, I definitely think that there has been so many instances where he was so important in anchoring some of all the battles, especially with Burnett being in the front lines. He'll be always giving him just about enough help to leapfrog ahead. So that being said, this is YG now sitting at the top with 22 points, 12 points for MSI as they've always been really, really good in Miramar.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a bit of a view when it comes to the MVP of the week. Put it on hold for a bit, but when it comes to YG, there's no stopping these speeds. I mean, they're definitely close. I mean, like, how many points were there? Almost 30 points to get into the 300 marks, right? So they're definitely close. Less than 10 points right now. I think it's going to be closing to that 300 points, and that's going to be a new record for this season's. Because last week, I think it was around 250-ish for week number 1. And speaking of that, yeah, 16 points. There you go. One map, very doable, but will they get eliminated? We're not sure. But 7 chickens? How much more they want to get? They still got 2 teams in the first page not getting any chicken. It's going to be KE and Terry Esport. If they were to share, still going to be plenty for the rest.
Yeah, it really is. And right now, I think like it's getting even more prevalent, right? Because there's a big gap from that 16 to 17 spot. So even if GC comes back to play tomorrow, it's going to be a long catch-up game before they could basically fend off against OV. We still have one more round to go though. But what's interesting here is that we got more of the teams joining the 100-pointer club. So the threshold right now for those who really want to earn the points, you got to make it to 100.
It has been a whole day of YG for the entire day, but I think we're gonna head the breaks, I guess, for a bit. So see you guys for our last run, especially for YG. Will they hit it strong with the last map for today and the week?
All right, here we go into the final match of Saturday. Is we're definitely looking forward to the conclusion of the league tomorrow. We'll be here same time, same place. If you guys are wondering when is it going to be beginning, but of course we still got to wrap up the night. It's been 3 wins for Yangon Galacticos, and also very close one back in our second map of the evening. But now it all comes down to this: 30 seconds left on the clock. Choo choo. Any guesses on who's going to take the final game?
One person, one team going to take the trophy. It's going to be YG right now based on how they perform. I mean, this is a new record breaking. Of course, they're hitting more than just the ceiling. They're hitting the sky, which is no limit right now for YG. How much can they end their run in week number 2 right now? Will they hit that 300 mark or not? Let's head into our last Mirama when it comes to day number 4. Week 2.
And there's not many chances left. Only 7 games to play out, including this last one for the night. Interesting enough, this one ends at Patona as we start things off from Carabranca. We have definitely seen plenty of all these teams that wants passive play to be moving into areas like Torre Alcumada as well as Campo Militar. So this is a very good flight for them to get that head start, get those loots up to move quicker into the map. Well, when I say move quicker, they will still stick around till the end of phase 1 Saturday. So I guess once more, YG will change their location, maybe stick around Minas del Sur and Valdemar because there's just zero access to El Pozo.
But last time we saw, I think it was Van sharing it on Patona, Minas del Sur as well. So they're waiting for the circle to pop. That's going to be the best case scenario to know exactly where and how to go for it. But speaking of which, feel like YG, I think they're not intentionally flexing when it comes to their points of week number 2 right now. I think they are definitely. Yeah, I mean, they are taking it super seriously because they really need that warm up, and also they need to build the momentum and the stamina because the PMWC coming up very soon. So they have this opportunity to have a back-to-back tournament, which not going to stop. Well, speaking of not stopping, that's going to be Seven Sky not showing that they will stop any kind of spray to get their first button. That's going to be secured by none other than Champ just now. Sisu players, I mean, they had a great start early on and the rest of the week, but it feels like the momentum slightly shifted into a different speed for Sisu right now.
Yeah, I just really think that there were some couple of brilliant games that they had back in Wrangle today. Yesterday's performance was a far cry from even anywhere close, but I gotta say the best run that they had was on the very first day of the week as well as on the second day. The moment that they scored that chicken dinner, everything changed. You see this team just perform at the level of YG. that is how good they were. They know how to take fights. They know how to really utilize a lot of all the spacings that they got. And more importantly, their rotations were very clean. Today, maybe not the cleanest. And that has also allowed MSI, a team that is really good in Miramar, to now play catch-up. So that third spot is kind of frail right now. While NGGZ, they've always claimed all these weaponry through the roads. They do exactly just that, yet again, by Porto Paraiso.
Feel like YG now, you might listening us as your classes, you might be overpraising YG too much. But it is what it is. This is a lobby where YG do have an upper hand, and it seems like a huge landslide at this point. But when it comes to the world stage, YG will be meeting up with a different type of lobby. Like, for example, YG meeting a different type of YG teams, or maybe even better than that. The bare minimum in a world stage is definitely going to be the YG standard we're talking about. And all of them having that kind of bare minimum of plays. Imagine if YG right now, you look at YG at like a super different line, a super strong line, definitely under a huge spotlight of a superhero power, whatever you have in mind. He's your Spider-Man right now, that neighborhood, friendly neighborhood, but still superhero kind of stuff. But when it comes to the world stage, it feels like everyone assembled there for the superheroes. So you can see
I see
who's
what
better
you did
than
there.
who.
Like
Yeah.
you were about to say Avengers Assemble or something like that.
Exactly.
Well, I see what you're trying to accomplish, and of course, it's always a brand new day for teams to still make a
Now,
mark for tomorrow, and I'm just trying to, of course, rub it in that you still could not get those tickets for your Spider-Man.
Okay, I want to push that metaphor because of why. Now, how would you feel as YG? Will this be making your time that being used? You know, when it comes to like try to polish your skills, the harder of type of openings you can actually get, the sharper your skills can get as well.
Yeah, and I
But
think
is
like
this, yeah, is this going the reverse way? If things are too one-sided for YG at this point, will this hurt their skills, progress, and growth?
I would think that it's never really the case where it would hurt, but also it's good for them to adapt to teams that they've never seen before. Like
True.
this season we have CSU who are stars in the making. They've been really doing very well here in week 2, and then if you were to think about it, if you don't top the charts here, you don't get better screams. You don't get better practice because I love all these scrim lobby makers that usually organize it, weekly for people to practice. They only invite usually the top 3 teams from each region to try to play something. So if they weren't showing that, you have this kind of caliber, then you don't get to play those kind of scrims, which means you don't even improve further. So whether if they do treat this like a scrim is a different story as well. Like it does feel like, they're running away with everything, but it just goes to show that they still upkeep with their discipline of how they execute, how they actually play out things instead of like trying to be funny, like, oh, we're already at the lead, so we could just do about anything we want. That wasn't the case for inside YG.
100% true with that. I agree. When it comes to your discipline, it's something that you should I think even both of us, to actually look up to. I mean, they never show that they are complacent. They never took any kind of tournament like, something that's very laid back. No, they took every single second of their time in the game very seriously. And I love about that is not, especially with the teams that almost a decade with PUBG Mobile. They still have that very polished discipline by the end of the day. That's huge. Not a lot of teams are dedicated themselves to that. That's lifelong dedication they're showing.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually bring up about, the kind of legacy that they do have. Back in the days when it used to be called something else altogether, when people they don't really even bat an eye at the C wildcard level, when it used to be called C wildcards. They are the ones who bear the flags of the C wildcard, and people start to notice like, hey, this team is someone that we need to pay respect to. And they earn it the hard way. They've never taken it for granted. That's the biggest part of it. And remember, there were even some global tournaments or even show matches that they played out that they actually won. They have always been humble when we actually get an interview with them. Even when, they have their fair share of struggles, they have always shed their hearts that, hey, we are trying to do what's best for not just YG themselves, but they want to put their fellow region on the map. That is the cost of being the champion. If you're not always at your highest level, then maybe you're not supposed to be bearing the flag. But for them, they carry it with pride, and that's what really it's all about. So YG, up till today, I still revere and respect
Huge
them.
respect, yeah. Huge
Yeah.
respect, man. I mean,
And,
yeah, we can see the circle and everything, but there's a lot of backstory of why you guys have to know. This is
Yeah.
not being spoken. It's like, feels like they are unsung heroes for Southeast Asia right now. You look at PMSL as Super League, like I'm doing that, so we sometimes did that too, right?
Yeah.
There have been a lot of player changes throughout the years. These guys, not really. Yeah, we do have EMEA, we do have the UK side, the West side, but first PUBG Mobile ever dropped, it was on SEA. These guys were already in there, including these Xaviers. These going to be the two longest team throughout the entirety of the birth of PUBG Mobile.
And then you have names like RRQ, BTR. The list
Those are
goes on.
orgs. Those
Yeah.
are orgs, but the players sticking with the same org, it's so difficult to find, except for these two teams. Of course, BTR, we have, the
Yeah.
Luxy Suns, but they've been jumping around. But these two teams not. And they are
They've
in the
been
World Cup
loyal.
region. They are in the World Cup region. And they have
Yeah.
been very loyal for their org. And they have been humble throughout so many years.
Well, there's only one other player that I can think of that is almost similar, but not a whole full squad. And that player is Nepeko. The RRQ
That's
Nepeko.
That's
He's
so
there.
true.
He's ancient. And he's still playing at high level.
Dinosaur.
Like,
That kind of ancient, guys, yes. That kind of
Yeah.
ancient. Okay.
you know, like when we look at the PMNCPH, we also do have players that have played for a long time, but of course they have already had, you know, different kind of things in life that they really want to focus on. But right now, the golden era is Hive International for them. The golden era is NGGZ, which we're happy to see. The only reason why we're hyping, you know, some of these other guys, I mean, we're hyping YG so much is because
Other guys.
Hive,
Yeah.
Hive is not playing today. When
That's
Hive
true.
plays tomorrow, they're gonna get their moments too. You know.
I mean, we're not hyping as well because you look at the gap. I mean, even Hive at second place, they're still going to be over 100 points if they finish off at 300-ish for YG for this round. So yeah, it's
Where
still
do you-
going to be over 100 points. Still, second and first and second place is over 100 points. It feels right now what you look at. Okay, pretend we're starting from CSU. There's going to be a 100-point gap. A 100-point gap from towards the 18th place. That's just how the difference is for first and second place right now.
Yeah.
What is that to hype about?
I'm gonna give an analogy, right? Like, because I always find that the system of Formula One is quite similar because like they play a race and then they gather points throughout the season. There was that one season where Max Verstappen was winning every race. So what's the point that somebody could just put a sticker on the screen on the top one and just count it as, oh, the race is between the other teams because this guy's already champion. So this is kind of like that same scenario. That was like, you know, a couple seasons ago for fans of F1 that you guys know of. But of course, I don't want to break too much into that because we got CSU now finally breaking the eyes, breaking some heads and feet as well. Conquering this area of Impala, getting 2 points, looking really good for the side of CSU.
Northern side, outside of circle. We do see a couple of teams seems to be very interested going out of their way out of circle just to find those hunts early on. I think this is the last map of the day, especially last map for Group B. So they just want to have a bit of fun, especially at the bottom teams. I mean, like, why not try to do something unusual here? To extra tension. He got himself some good plays, but some of his guys seems to be still trying to work around with their chemistry right now. So in case for 2-on-4, there are ups and downs for these two teams. But we do know when it comes to the teams just on top of Impala, they won't last long enough. The circle shift is so far from them.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit of a task for them to get through. Seven Sky at least has a chance and opportunity to give a fair shot up against those Elevate members because now the gap is only 5 points. Well, we do have another connection of shots coming right through. One member of TO now down for the cut, and it is going to be Ting, and he's going to be able to at least look for a trade. Sion now brings one more back, so at least they do have the answers to keep themselves afloat.
I'm waiting for Nate's coming by. It's not going to be Nate's. It's going to be a whole vehicle coming in with the UMP, Sisu. Miscalculated the way they park, but they still managed to close it. It's going to be Horshan again. He's on fire today, Horshan.
Oh, I absolutely love this guy. I've seen a lot of great plays coming in. One of the days, Hong executed a 1 versus 3, and he almost clutched a chicken dinner as well doing so. But overall, individualistically, Qingshu Dragons, they are absolutely talented. The moment they won the chicken dinner, I just realized, whoa, man, these guys are handsome. I mean it in a good way. I mean it in a good way.
What?
Don't-
We're going that way?
All right, let's not talk about it because we got another fight going through. Goodfellas versus some of the members of Time Esports.
Speaking of dropping it hard, and it's going to be Damon taking these players down. GFS that did not prepare themselves to get this kind of an ambush. Down to Chewy, pretty low himself with the shins already down. Chewy, managed to nade on one, but can he clutch again? He did. Chewy is another player that, you know what? Put Chewy and put Horse Run in the same lineup. These two can just clutch all day long. But the moment I mentioned about Horse Run, that's where he got eliminated there.
Yeah, I believe they were ambushed by the rest of Terra Esports. Meanwhile, Hype, they're already moving inbound as they are looking to weaken the side of Goodfellas a little further. And Elevate also wants to join in. Now suddenly it becomes a three-way affair. Elevate now sends a couple of members, but Chewy, great guarding of the angles, and now it's gonna be trades from the side of Shackle. He goes down.
Oh, nasty one. Can he actually pull another one out? If he does, that's going to be the most disgusting clutch by JFS. He's waiting around the corner. I'm waiting for Chewy's view, but unfortunately couldn't pull it through. It's going to be Chewy and the rest of JFS bowing out at 12th place just now. He got himself self-elimination, but it's not done yet for Hybrid. Hybrid is dropping so much. They're dropping entire ball this week. Look at that. Oh.
Only 1 point. Unfortunate. They tried. It's just no success whatsoever. It's been such a tough day out. So them calling in early rest already as Terra Esports. They are out for blood. They've been able to hunt out CSU and they want more big nades. That could got brought down. What a timing from Mango. And holy moly, Elevate. They won out.
Crime's still bleeding. I mean, they're definitely celebrating regarding their points here. But they need to save their mate as well. I mean, there you go. That's the reset that they've been waiting for. But when it comes to the team, still we have slightly a faster tempo than the last Miram. I think everybody's just super hyped up about their dinner, like you mentioned just now, including Ming. But back to the side of Elevate. This is the first time we're looking at Elevate not missing any of their members throughout the entire day. It's always going to be somebody's missing throughout the lineup, being picked off by somebody, you know, somebody trying to do some scouting work, got caught in the process, or, you know, heavy casualty, 2 of them down. This is the first time we have a flawless run for Elevate.
Yeah, this is definitely incredible, as most of the time you can see maybe a few members getting taken down, and maybe there still could be some elements of surprise coming in from the side of BKS. But Lil Wangs, he's gonna fight on a different angle. I believe the rest of the members of Elevate might have actually heard a faint tag. Maybe it might not be too much of a cause of concern, and the target that VKS is trying to startle is gonna be YG. If I have an advice, well, maybe VKS should hold back a little bit for the moment, but maybe not, because after all, there were so many games where YG, they don't get any formal level contest early game, and they just basically get a free bypass into some of these vicinities of play. So it could be a very good thing.
Speaking of good thing, feels like deja vu. Last time I think they've met each other again on the left side of the circle. OV versus YG. This might happen once more. Yeah, thanks to the circle that's not too far off regarding how it just slightly on the northern side of Lawson is not that too far like we expected. But back towards the circle. I think for Vanix, to have an entry in might be slightly difficult. Look at how rough the terrain will be on the very south side.
Yeah, it really is very treacherous. And while we're at it, MSI have finally decided that we gotta go deeper into the zone, and they are piling the pressure up against those members of Elevate. The last we checked on the surroundings of the circle, it is VKS that does have a very firm control. So I think now is them focusing on that position, holding it firm. They don't really have to do anything much other than allow all the other teams to fight. And once it all wraps up, that's where they also get to show themselves. As for YG, This is a little bit troublesome, though. They need to bypass the rest of Observation Esports in order to make it to the next zone.
They'd be fine. Look at how they split themselves into two different formations again. Whoever walks past them in between these two formations is going to be the one that are facing the problem. But for YG, like I mentioned, even though they've been setting up pretty neatly every single time to get into the circle, this is not going to be the easiest due to the terrain. I agree on that. Very steep trenches around these streets here. Slightly have to overpick themselves. It might be an overpick that cost them their life if they are not being careful about their surrounding, because Vanix is just across the other side, ABC as well, and we have OV watching over YG. So they've been scouted by 3 teams with their toss of Nate just now.
It does seem like it is a tough case for them to really puncture right through. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's 2-1 for an NGGZ. A little bit of a civil rivalry going on from the PMNC PH members. As this Nate connects perfectly. What a toss out of St. Cloud.
I didn't know exactly how deep those trenches are. Exactly perfect timing, well-timed explosion, but here comes Romeo coming in for the push. He already popped the smoke, going in for the rush. Oh, ABC Mo Wang in trouble, trying to find all the targets short, but they still got some casualties on the side of YG. Make it a heavy one as well, but ABC, oh my god, with the help of a third party, VKS, popping their hats at the perfect time with Vanix as well. They're giving YG slightly a bit of decapitated situation. They're down to 1 player, still 1 more bleeding out. But for Vanix, they were the one doing the third party. But look at how YG wiped them out instantly.
Yeah, it just saved YG by the bell because they were almost not making it out alive. It was down to St. Cloud, and then that timing could not be any more perfect. VKS, once again, that firm control is just looking so good for them that they are willing to split so far ahead that they are conquering a good 40% or 1 full quadrant. And with the update, they are the only ones inside. Elevate now has to move right through, but the scores have not been settled yet between 2-1-4 as well as NGGZ. Mernat as well as St. Cloud, they are also playing by that corner, but they won't be pressured any further by 2-1-4.
See, Mora already pre-booked himself for VKS. The only compound happened to be in the center of a circle just now. Can he hold? For Ryujin and the rest of 2-1-4, they're very spread out and very close to NGGZ with Elevate closing in as well. Now this is going to be tough for 2-1-4 to get out from this pinch, especially with this sort of uneven terrain, making it so slippery for them.
It's just so difficult right now, but they still have to push through because the pressure is coming from the side of YG. Finally finding a little bit more cover for Red. And GGZ hasn't really had the best of days, but still, every round they come in pretty hot with those ferocious fights. And speaking of fights, they will have to take one right now. Big Nate's now being sent right into 1-4, trying to hold him down. Daryl driving by with the bus, but he's not going to be the main focal point because there is still Red who's hiding inside of the smoke. Haven't found him just yet. Mix tries to push through, and he's trying to close in. A rather dangerous maneuver that he tries to pull off from. Well, Capo, he finally brought Gerald down.
Doesn't have a vest as well for Red here. A couple of players shredded almost entirely for their gears, but that nade will slowly finish off Mix. For Red, the last man standing here for NGGZ. He spotted out Capo. He sees Capo. Is not going to open fire yet, making sure he closes the distance to make 100%. But it's going to be the Molly that will burn him off, caramelizing one of the players. There's going to be Capo down as well. Oh, speaking of timing, Red being playing very carefully. Unfortunately, this is going to be Hades. We're down to our top 5 now.
Yeah, that's the reason he doesn't really want to take that aim. And that Molotov was not enough, so he kind of has to at least secure those points before getting taken out. Observation Esports, I'm just surprised that they haven't gotten a single point at all moving into the top 5. They're just troubles after troubles waiting this team. But hey, this has been their best possible chance. At least those placement points will come in handy up against Time Esports. Vikings though, well, VKS, excuse me, are already on 66. And this is basically their best round so far. They're going to be hunting onto those members of Elevate on the lower side of the hill. The problem with playing so high up is that the other teams are relying on these creases, so they don't really get the best view. Whereas the ones on the lower end, they can slowly push, they can slowly wait for those chances, be very sneaky about things. And YG, they're just going to basically mark some of the locations that they do think have enemies around. So keeping an eye closely, very proactive measures.
Basically, whoever's on top of the other is going to be trying to find a wormhole, trying to finish off those snakes. But for VKS, it's going to be a different fight entirely on the other side of the map, though. Who's not, trying to be a worm, trying to, hit them all for somewhere up here. But for OV, they have been eyeing in a parallel move with YG. They approaching YG as careful as they can. One mistake, the whole crew went down easily.
Yeah, and to me, what's really surprising is Elevate's performance. 9 points already. We saw those big fights, and now...
Don't praise too early.
Well, I was kind of concerned for a little bit, which is why I held back. But that's just one member. They still have 2 more, so if they want to regress against Wang, they can do so. Although this is looking a little bit scuffed. A little bit of a wide trading blows. It's gonna deplete all the frags coming to Wang, so he's only down to smokes. Wonder if this is actually the smart measurement, but I do see there's a couple of crates that can be claimed. Too risky to go for it, but might as well do so when you have the timing. YG now has a little bit of challenge. OV waiting by the corner. This is going to be a forced fight once again. St. Cloud wasted no time. He took him off the buggy instantaneously and looking for the swing. Not finding it, but it will still be wrapped up. Observation Esports 0 points. That hurts a lot.
What a response. Immediate response with a huge wing swing just now coming up from these 2 guys of YG with a smoke up vehicle that's barely working. And now it's still back to the top 4. Elevate, I agree, doing great when it comes to the second half of the day. VKS is their shot to make a better comeback when it comes to week number 2. Still have tomorrow. But 214. 214, they have a lot at risk. Last week didn't do so great. They need to get themselves to the top 10. Right now, the best shot getting a huge, at least a huge point by end of day 4 here. They're still going to play tomorrow. They're not for YG.
YG, they've done about enough. As a matter of fact, I think by the time this round ends, they should have 300 over points. Like,
what do you mean enough?
More than enough.
More than enough.
It's more than enough. Meanwhile, is it gonna be enough for the side of 214 Elevate as well as VKS? Now, it's time to find out. Say Cloud sees one rushing by. Great shot from Rujin, takes him out. Now down to Mernat. He closes it. Still 1 member remaining from the side of 214. They go unstoppable. This is what we're talking about the whole time throughout this evening.
They just refuse to go down here. It's a little refuse to not taking any points they can get. Refuse to do whatever people will tell them to do. Just stop and take the trophy. They refuse to do that. They just choose to fight and make sure that they use every single second they have right now, like their life on the line for YG, despite they have more than enough. That's how they're showing what kind of discipline they have in this tournament right now. But back to as a team that's still fighting for the survival and the slot for grand finals here. It's going to be Hot with the UMP try to scout out the rest of Elevate. Now Elevate, a lot to lose for if they lose this slightly a bit too early. Every single point will be treated as a dime because that will impact the grand final slot as well.
VKS, Elevate, dealing with the Titans. Mernat, he's always trying to pinch off some of all these players, and he's serving as a decoy. Amura has gotten the upper hand as he climbs through the rooftops to seek out the entire avenue, and there's just not much of a cover left for the side of Elevate.
Ooh! Painful. jump just now completely shredded and hopped down to 1%. It was a huge risk. But look at how it's 2v, like what, 4v2 right now. You're elevated down to only 2 players. It can work. VKS, look at the entire crew coming in. They will try to cancel each other out, but the nades flying over from M-Hop, taking Holy Say down. Cramps next. They're down to from full to only 0, but VKS! Oh, they discount these 2 guys from YG! Out of nowhere, making an equal ground to make it happen for their 4th chicken of the day. Can they do it with only 2 players here?
I think it's very possible, Choo Choo. This is gonna be the rest of the teams being pinched out. Elevate, they got wiped out, but the damage has been done towards the side of VKS. They're barely licking their wounds. Finally, they get that reset. Lil Wang needs to heal up. A little bit of time being bought for YG to take some space, but yeah, this is gonna be the problem for the side of YG though.
Nothing on his hand. Nothing is in pocket. Shredded completely when it comes to gears. No troubles at all. We're talking about nothing. There's no death boxes laying around. I'm not sure about his partner Mernet right now. If he got one, there's gonna be plenty already for them.
I definitely think that they have that raw firepower in them. They still have enough bullets in the chamber to trade, and they find one.
No way. Can they get? That's gonna be 1v3. A 1v3 seems to be very odd, not a good odds. But VKS, I guess the pattern of alternating between YG and a different team right now seems to be the trend. And VKS, I guess they did end up with a high note today.
VKS finally receiving a much needed win. This could basically save them from the gutter of this week's troubles, and finally they get to sleep soundly and then fight for the final 6 games tomorrow. Oh boy, tomorrow will be absolutely dramatic, and we can't wait to find out more. And it's M-Hop being the star of VKS this time around.
Total of 10 eliminations, average of 700 over for their damage. Damage taken wise, I think Shifu Noti, we don't see him a lot when it comes to week number 1 for Shifu Noti, but this is definitely the one that they need to bring in more when it comes to the main roster for VKS. Because when it comes to the grand finals, this kind of momentum will give them a better outcome compared to their week 1, which is slightly a bit more in the middle pack, not too flashy. But VKFs, they got that chicken and finally finish off at a high note, but we do know YG super consistent. Let's relive the last map of the day.
And here it is, finally a massive win for VKS, but it was a hard-fought battle for them to challenge up against Yangon Galacticos. Both sides have gotten themselves 10 elimination points each, and this is also another big round for the side of Elevate Hope in order to also close the deal and within the top 3 in order to score 9 elimination points. 214 had one member to try to pull strings, but it was only 3 elims that they've got. But all in all, it was a great wrap up a day with plenty of action coming through. Although, you know, a lot of the points have been taken away from the side of YG, the rest have still managed to at least add enough for themselves.
Now, M-Hop finished off quite strong. Now, when it comes to week number 1, I remember M-Hop did such a great play when it comes to getting those different angles and awkward angles of, you know, trying to finish off as the team that was, I think it was in Mirama as well, was it? I think, no, that was in Rondo, around the Neox factory, that he got himself quite an interesting play that he was trying to clutch at 1v3, and I remember that very well, and it's well deserving for this match MVP. But when it comes to elimination damage, we do know there's somebody else that have been pulling those numbers way higher. It's set a huge benchmark, and I think it's safe. I think it's gonna be Romeo 8, probably gonna be the daily MVP. We're gonna wait and see. It might surprise us. But when it comes to the points, well, numbers don't lie. Contra.
It really doesn't. And overall, I think that it is definitely rough for some of the teams that didn't really get things going in the initial phases of this Miramar run. ABC, we saw them do wonders. They did score a chicken dinner, but despite that, it seems like they kind of gassed out on the very final match with only 1 point gained. Same goes to Hype as well as Time Esports. The rest of them have an average of about 3 points or so I guess this is good enough for maintenance. But the overall rankings, we talked about 300 points. They hit it right on the dot with 7 chicken dinners.
And I feel like it feels like everything been pre-planned. Oh, we're gonna give you that just nice, not over, not short, 300 exact. Now, Hive, how will they respond to this tomorrow? Because YG will not be playing, but we also have to just focus a bit more towards our bottom 4 as well. Unfortunately, as and K, I have to say they might not have that shot to get into that grand finals this week. But you know what? It's not Romeo at 8 who got himself almost every single chicken dinner MVP. Why just gonna be say Cloud today?
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised with this outcome, but overall we have seen that he's always been consistently up there with the average damage numbers, and I guess it's also because of his contribution towards the team as well. So you could definitely see more and more of these YG members basically besting each other out. But tomorrow, Hive International will return, but let's be honest here. They need to score more than 120 over points within 5 rounds. Because one round they will take a break. So, I don't know. Do they get like 5 chicken dinners to end the entire course? We shall see. YG's not playing tomorrow, are they? So, if they are, then the chances are going to be slim. But if they're not, well, it's good for the rest of the party that needs to score points.
How many points per se? Just 300 again, 120-ish, was it?
They were sitting around 220 or no, 160 something or 180 last I checked.
170-ish, I think. Last time I think 172, I think. There's gonna be 130 to 140. So we have 6 maps in the day. Divide that by 6.
And one round of break. 5 maps only. Five maps per team.
Oh, that's kind of true. I forgot about that.
So yeah.
Is it doable? Is it doable?
Near impossible. Unless they prove me wrong tomorrow. That is definitely interesting to see. But more importantly, if they are the ones who take all the chicken dinner, what about the teams that need to make it to the grand finals? We need to care about these guys as well.
I guess they had to find that. So they have to put in the work to get that chicken. I mean, these guys, the top have a different set of value when it comes to chicken, and this at the bottom, they are fighting for their survival. Very different aspect of wanting how much they want the chicken, but both wanting it desperately when it comes to this week for grand finals.
All right, I believe that's all that we do have for tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight, Choo Choo. Tomorrow is where we wrap up the entirety of week 2 and also the league stage. So I hope you guys will join us for that very moment to see who will be our top 16 teams. So for now, we bid you good night, and we'll see you guys again real soon.